the women's situation by starting early, to begin to nip these things in the bud, to begin to check those things that, hinder women from participating fully. Women in this country are, if you like, over 50% of the voting population. But you find out that because of violence, they are discouraged from participating fully, efficiently and effectively.
Well, to other parts of Africa now, Mohamed Bazoum has taken the oath of office as president of the Niger Republic. The swearing-in ceremony was held at the Mahatma Gandhi Conference Center in Niamey Friday afternoon. It comes despite a failed coup earlier this week. This is Niger's first democratic transition of power since independence from France in 1960. Outgoing President Mahamadou Issoufou, who stepped down after 2 5-year terms, handed power over to Mohamed Bazoum. And now Egypt is rushing to set the scene for the movement of 22 royal mummies to a new home on Saturday, lining their travel route with lights and banners and boosting security ahead of the large event dubbed the Pharaoh's Golden Parade. Having taken months of planning, the event is meant to transport some of the ancient Egypt's most prominent mummies through a convoy from the Egyptian Museum in Tahrir to their final resting place in the National Egyptian Museum of Civilization in Fostat. Each mummy will be placed in a capsule, explained Egyptologist Zahi Hawass, filled with nitrogen for protection.
Several people have questioned, what is this event about? Who is it for? And it's for, it's for many people, a variety of levels. On one level, I think it's for all the Egyptians, so that there's a sense of pride and understanding and a way for greater engagement with their own past. People should understand that these pharaohs are incredibly important historically, and also important now, because this is part of Egypt's economy. Either when Trizon takes the mummies away secretly in the dark of night when no one knows, or when does it like this, but in as much of a controlled way. And certainly, on one level, by doing it like this, with great pomp and circumstance, the mummies are getting their due. These are the kings of Egypt. These are the pharaohs. And so it is a way of showing respect.
The message is very important. We are going to tell the people through the parade of the mummies that Egypt is safe. We need people to come back. COVID-19 will be nothing because the mummies will stop all of that, and Cairo still have mystery and magic, and the mummies are doing that.
Well, outside Africa now, a Taiwan Express train with almost 500 people aboard derailed in a tunnel on Friday, killing at least 48 passengers and injuring 66 in the island's worst rail disaster in almost 4 decades. Footage carried by local media showed rescuers carrying out 2 bodies and 1 injured passenger from the crash site on Friday afternoon. The crash, which occurred in the north of the eastern city of Hualien, killed the driver of the train carrying many tourists and people heading home at the start of a long weekend traditional holiday to tend to family graves. Taiwan media said many people were standing as the train was so crowded and were tossed about by the crash impact. Media showed pictures of survivors being led out of the tunnel. And some business news now. Commercial banks have disconnected mobile telecommunications company MTN customers from banking channels, including the unstructured supplementary service data, USSD, and banking apps. MTN customers complained on Friday about being unable to recharge their MTN lines using USSD and other banking channels like the bank apps. Customers were also unable to do banking transactions on MTN lines through USSD. According to a source in MTN, this was not the doing of the telco, but the banks who had refused to give any formal communication prior to the disconnection. And now figures obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria revealed the country's foreign reserves continued its downward trend, losing $178 million in March. The reserves, which stood at $34.99 billion as of the end of March 1, dropped to $34.82 billion as at the end of March 31. In February, the reserves dropped by $1.1 billion after falling from $36.19 billion as of February 1 to $35.09 billion as of February 26. According to the fourth quarter economic report of the CBN, the performance of the external sector improved in the fourth quarter 2020 despite the challenges of sluggish global recovery. Entertainment news now. Nigerian singer, producer, and businessman Peter Okoye, also known as Mr. P, has finally released his 16-hit track debut album titled Prodigal after breakup from P-Square. Now, the singer said the new work is about being in charge and getting things done. Peter is the twin brother of Paul Okoye, and they are popularly known by their stage name as P-Square for their famous R&B and hip-hop songs before their fallout in 2017 over a misunderstanding. Sports news now. The governor of Delta State, Ifeanyi Okowa, on Friday assured the state's contingent to the 20th National Sports Festival holding in Edo beginning from the 2nd of April that every gold medal won at the festival would attract a 1 million naira reward. The governor made the announcement at a pre-departure prayer session for the contingent at the Stephen Keshi Stadium, Asaba. He said that each silver medal won will attract 500,000 naira, while winners of bronze medals will receive 250,000 naira each. Now, Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp says forward Roberto Firmino is in contention to return for the defending champions against Arsenal this weekend, but skipper Jordan Henderson has yet to resume training. Firmino, who has 6 goals and 5 league assists this season, missed Liverpool's last 3 games due to a knee injury, while Henderson has not played since late February after undergoing surgery on a groin injury.
Bobby is back. All the others not. And I have no idea about the Euros, to be honest. Nothing changed. So they are all in the place they should be in the moment. And that's it. And the rest, the time will show. I don't know it. So I don't want to take Holland or England a player away. If they are ready, then they are ready. If they are not ready, I cannot change that. They are not there in the moment in the rehab process. So it's not about me to make this decision. But Arsenal is a quality side. If you go through the team, they have a lot of potential, a lot of quality already as well. So have experience, have the youth, have really exciting team, to be honest. So that's how it is. But the Premier League is a tough league. And if you are not in each second on your absolutely top level, then you get punished. That's we obviously realize that as well. Not only this year, but this year as well. So no, it's a tough one, but should be a tough one for Arsenal as well. That's actually my only intention.
Meanwhile, Leicester City striker Kelechi Iheanacho has been named March's Premier League Player of the Month. The 24-year-old scored 5 goals in 3 league appearances for the Foxes in the lead-up to the international break last month, including his first Premier League hat-trick against Sheffield United. Iheanacho, whose partnership with Jamie Vardy came to the fore in the absence of James Maddison and Harvey Barnes, also scored league goals in the 2-1 win at Brighton and the 1-0 draw against Burnley. Finally, Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola says that the club might not prioritize the signing of a new striker for next season, despite all-time leading scorer Sergio Aguero leaving the Premier League club at the end of the campaign. Aguero, who has netted 257 goals in 384 appearances and won 4 Premier League titles, 1 FA Cup and 5 League Cups at the club, is set to leave when his contract expires.
There is maybe we're going to find a new player to replace Sergio. Like I said, in terms of numbers, it's almost impossible, but can be possible, be replaced. But in terms of what he means for this club, it's impossible. So maybe, but there are a lot of big chances. Maybe we're not going to sign a striker for the next season. We have enough players in the first team right now, and we have interesting players in the academy. So there is a big chance for the situation in the world economic problems in the world football. We are not going to sign any striker for the next season. I was a young player and believe maybe in that moment with Gabriel and when Sergio, we didn't have much space, and he's a fantastic person. We had a good relation together. So, and yeah, I'm delighted that he's going well lately. So he's playing for the Angel for Madison, and yeah, he's playing, and of course he links really well with the mates, and he's good in the behind, he's fast, and in the final third he has the right tempo. He's so clear in front of the goal.
And it's a wrap for us this hour. For more, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. And I will be back shortly with more. Until then, thanks for watching. I am Vivian Oguche.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name is Kuyoro Olalekan Shegun. My friend introduced me to this recycling thing. Fortunately for me, I'm African representative of it. I've been to a lot of shows, I've been to a lot of events through this recycling of a thing. So I was like, what is this stupid thing, this one tire bike? I never knew the bike is my destiny.
Juggling, acrobatic display, and dancing are some of the acts you will see from the God Knows Best Academy, a local unicycling team in Lagos.
When I was doing it alone then, to me, I felt like it would be very nice if we can be many, like only me. I think I was very happy and I got some popularity, like, hey, he's doing the Oyibo thing, this one, that one, but I felt bored along the line, like, why only me doing this thing? Maybe I should teach others. So I tried to teach the adults then. So I found out that the adults it's more difficult to teach the adults, that the kids are more better because they have nothing to think about or to care for. So I think, so that was when I discovered that it's better for me to look at age 12 downward than 17, 18 stuff. Starting the academy was more difficult because unicycle was barely known. Like they're like, I'd rather put my children in dancing, in singing, than this one bike thing. That what's it used for? What was this one? But along the line, we started getting attention, recognition, newspaper, TV interview. And like, wow, I want to be my child. I want to be my daughter. I want to bring my stuff. Then currently, I think we have a space issue. Like we need a proper academy. We need funds. Like we need help with their school as well and other kids. So those are the basic challenges we are having now. My name is Kendo Kotoku. I was was outside of our house the other day, so I saw them riding a one-tire bicycle. So I was like, how do they ride this one? So my brother told me that, are you going to learn? So I decided to say that yes, I'd rather learn unicycle to go and do a business or to learn a work. So that's how I joined the unicycle. My friend told me that the other day that they saw me with this unicycle, they told me that, are you not going to break your leg? So I tell them that, no, ma, I'm not going to break my leg. We have a coach, so our coach is going to put us through how they ride this unicycle. So since that day, my mom and dad saw me riding a unicycle, so they was like happy. So they decided to tell me that, oh yeah, are you going to start going to train? And I decided, I said that yes, I'll start learning a unicycle. Not everybody can do it. So sometimes we went out, so some people like to try it. They said that, they might give me shubu, they might come lesser. So I was like, no, you are going to come for training. If you have a proper training, so you can do it. So we go for a show, we go for an event, so we go to different times. I've been to a hotel, I've been to one Lagos Fiesta, so we won 1 million. So the money that we got from the 1 million, we need to do all this in the cycle, so our coach needed to feed us. From the beginning, it was difficult because unicycle is not known, it's just new then. But as time goes on, like for instance, now when I take them out, they get paid. Like, take this 2K, that was the beginning, take this 10K, give it to your mom, give it to your dad. So like, are you sure say you know till the money come out? So the boy or the girl like, call my coach now, he gave me. So they're like, wow, this thing is making money. Definitely the future will be bright and clear. So that's one of the first conviction they had, like, if this thing will bring money for my child, then why is he not doing it? So I think their only fear was, she not break leg, she not break hand. And for every parent that's not close to me, I think they are the most scared one, like, you go break leg, go. But then I will not tell them, this thing money they deal. So that's how I really convince some of them. So far, I think God has been good to us. Even the most difficult trick we had, like riding on the bare board, so I can tell you that we only have like maybe 10% of injury out of 100. So we don't always have a critical injury or anything. When I started, my first goal was to make unicycle a global image, like for example in Nigeria. So when I met the International Federation, they were like, they never knew unicycle sports exist here in Nigeria. That the two things they know about Nigeria, one is crime and second one is poverty. That's what the media are showing to them. But here is a black man doing this kind of stuff. So they were so excited to support me then, because it's only South Africa that is well recognized on international level. So right now I think I'm taking it beyond unicycling thing. I'm trying to make it like a music brand, like a comedy brand, whereby there's no events in Nigeria or there's no big events in Lagos State that you will not need GKB. So it's now beyond unicycle, it's more of circus of different acts now.
Most of his cyclists are male. Why aren't there more female cyclists?
Yes, I think I'm having the gender issue, because for a female to stay with us is a very big, difficult issue. But I think when we have a proper academy, we can definitely have rooms for them. Back then, area boys do come and disturb us. Sometimes the SARS will be shooting at them because the smokes around there and all that. So the SARS will usually they run for our lives and all that. But so far, it's been peaceful. But still, it's not a better place for us, because they might influence those kids, seeing an adult or area boy smoking and all that. So it's something I really want to take their eyes from. There's no Western African unicycling competition. There's World, which is Unicorn. Unicycling competition. It takes place every 2 years. So it's one of my biggest dreams. And also maybe I can win Grammy someday like Burna Boy.
6 years down the line, with 17 students in his God Knows Best Academy, Laycon has big dreams, including owning a physical space he can train more cyclists. We hope all his dreams come true.
Friday morning, I call it the weekend is here. Rest is near edition of the show, Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I've got so much to discuss this morning, so much. And you know, my angle is always different from every other person's angle. I always have a different opinion of issues, really. And I guess that's what stands me out from the rest of them. I've got two guests on the show this morning. One of them is a sports analyst. He's been here many times. And his name is Abayomi Ajowele. He'll be talking extensively about the post-match assessment of the Super Eagles game at the Testing Balogun Stadium against the Crocodiles of Lesotho. I've also got Odunwayo Ruth Hassan. She's female, one of the very few that we have in Lagos who actually covers sports extensively. She goes around practically all the stadiums across Nigeria trying to get us one or two things. And she's just the right person to ask these questions I want to ask about the post-match assessment of the Eagles versus the Lesotho match. Okay, let me start with Odunwayo. Odunwayo, good morning.
Good morning. Great to be here.
Great to have you on the show, Odunwayo.
Thank you.
Abayomi, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Wallace.
Great to have you, Abayomi. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, it's a pleasure listening here.
Now, Odunwayo, let me start with you on the show now. You are somebody who goes around stadiums across Nigeria to cover stories by yourself. You know, so you're always spot on. Now, it's so sad that the tickets were supposed to be free, the match against Lesotho. Eventually, they were sold by touts at the gate for as much as 15,000 naira. Let's start with that. What went wrong? How did the tickets go from free to 15,000 naira or 10,000 naira? How? Hello, Wadu.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Okay, are you starting with me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, your question again, please.
How did the tickets go from free to be sold for 15,000 naira by the touts at the gates?
Well, for me, it was just the organization. The whole thing was just messed up at the end of the day.
Were you there at the stadium?
Some of the fans that were given the tickets decided to sell theirs to some of the fans that didn't have the tickets. For me, it was just poor organization. The whole thing was poor. Even for the journalists, everyone has complained about the tickets and how they got into the stadium. It's really, really a sad one. I was really disappointed for the fact that this is even Lagos. I felt everything would be more organized, and then I ended up being disappointed. The whole thing was just messed up to me.
Odun, how did the tickets get to the games? Odun, how did the tickets get to the touts? How?
Like I said, some tickets were given out for free. At least I saw some few platforms that gave it out for free. The Lagos State Sports Commission on Twitter also gave it out. So I guess some of those fans got it from there. But apart from there, I don't even know how it got to their hands. Just the Lagos State Sports Commission, they really have a lot of questions to answer. I don't know how it got to them, but the whole stuff was messed up, and it was really, really disappointing.
Abayomi, good morning again.
Yes, Wale.
Now,
Yeah,
we
morning.
are sports journalists. We cover sports. Now, you only give passes to only 20 journalists in Lagos, print and radio. You don't give TV at all. And then touts are selling tickets. People called me on the phone and said, Wale, I have tickets to give you. They have tickets in surplus. We don't get any, and we cover sports in Lagos. That's truly sad. How did the tickets get to the touts?
Okay, firstly, I would say tickets were said to be given out for free. However, there were certain process to get the ticket. Now, you know, these touts are hustlers. Well, some of us might all speak, oh, because I'm getting relaxed to get this touts. This part, they see it as a business opportunity. They know lots of people who want to get the tickets. They'll go beyond every means to get the tickets to sell. And you would also have to call into question the organization for the match here, because the plans were in place. I could tell you, they said, oh, cars are not allowed to pass under the bridge. Cars will go through the bridge from the barracks. Everything was said to the extent that, oh, this was a great plan on paper. But the execution, because lots of people were outside the gate. I've not gone to a field where you start collecting tickets from the gate of the field. People were there as early as 4 p.m. and they could not have access into the stadium itself, not even talk of the main bowl. So the organization was needs to be called into question. The distribution of the tickets definitely needs to be called into question. And now you also have to ask what SWAN Swan is because it's an eye opener for us in Lagos. I think that the NUJ, the Swan body, and the Beyond in Lagos are the biggest in Nigeria. So when things like these arise, you need to call them into question. We know there sometimes in the past, Broadcasting Association of Nigeria would always rally everybody together to get viewing rights to show games. So those are the days when things went on perfectly. But with the recent developments, there are so many questions to be taken. It's an eye opener for us because we really haven't had a very big football tournament in Lagos. So this particular match against Lesotho exposed a lot of flaws in our journalism space and our organizational attributes.
Abayemi, if you can permit me this morning, I want to break the egg once and for all. Let's just break the egg once and for all, yeah?
Okay.
It's obvious our journalists in Lagos have lost their respect. They've lost their clout. And the Lagos State government and the Lagos State Sports Commission have no respect for sports writers. Simple.
I would say it's not only in Lagos. I think journalists in Nigeria in general are usually not highly regarded. And I think the earlier all sports ministry received that there is no sports without the media. There is no sports without the journalists. Then they can start respecting journalists. You hear stories of Nigerian games in the past held at the National Stadium, Surulere. You hear the way the journalists were being revered. You hear the way organizations were being revered for the reverence for journalists. But we've lost all of these things. And I know Swan just completed their election. And I'm hoping this is one of the things the new body of executives would be addressing as they get into office.
Now, Odunayo, let me come to you on this one. Odunayo, the truth be said, some of the gist that we are hearing on the ground is that our journalists always go to events, wait patiently for brown envelopes, which contains 5,000-10,000 most times, and due to that, we have lost our respect. And so these guys are treating us anyhow because we have actually gone there and sold our birthrights for change in a brown envelope.
Yes, for me, I think like Abayemi rightly said, the new Swan president and the other, chairman and other bodies have been in, that the elections that just took place, I'm just hoping they will deal with this. It was the same thing you just said right now, that the journalists that went to Benin Republic, they also complained about the same thing. They said when they got to Benin Republic and they didn't have access to some of the players and all of that, because some of the players were being said to have said they felt the journalists are always after them because of money. I think everything needs to change about this. We had so many things like that. Some of them just went there to get content, they just to put out the information to put out there, but they are being seen as if they want to beg money from the players. So I think the Swan new elected people that just got into I just hope they can do something about this and with the way, especially when it comes to the covering of the Super Eagles. This is not just the first time. I hope you can remember that they had the same issue during the time of Mikel Obi. That Mikel Obi won't grant interviews to some of the journalists because they felt they're always coming after the brown envelope. I just hope this thing just get to change in time.
So, Abayemi, does Odun's solution strike a problem or a solution to this? She says the first thing the new Swan elected officials should do is try and work on the respect for journalists across the country, and Lagos especially.
I agree with Odun perfectly. But at this point, I would also say, being a member of Swan, I'd also say there are so many challenges Swan is also faced with. And I think the largest bulk of the work lies on the leadership of Swan. Even at various television broadcast stations, print stations, you would see that even the administrators of those stations least revere the sports department, because there's this general belief that sport does not bring money into the station as much as political news, business stories, and all of those. So when you go to most stations, you find that the least revered department in each station is the sports department. So from there, the things need to change. Most likely, so many sports journalists are handicapped at their own stations. And now, this is one of the jobs of Swan, because Swan is not supposed to serve as a pressure group. To pressure these stations into doing the right thing, to checkmate these stations, to ensure the welfare of the sports, of the members of Swan in their various stations are respected. So I think with the Bumi Ogunale-led board, this one chairman-led board is going to do a whole lot. They have a lot to do in this their new dispensation.
Okay. Odun, let me come to you on this one. I call this one the shame of a nation. I am saying this with so much pain in me right now. That's talking to you, Odun, now.
All right.
The Supporters Club came to the match. 5 different fractions. And they all wanted to sit down in different places. Eventually, the Lagos State Sports Commission chairman said, listen, Shola Yekpeku said, listen, this is where we arranged for Supporters Club. You all stay here or you all go away. So they all stayed in one place and they were all singing different songs all through the match. How can 5 different group of people try and sing a song for us to enjoy? That would be noise, not music. They were all trying to sing different songs at the same time. I call that the shame of a nation. Yes, we didn't show that to the world, but we saw it. And to avoid it next time, what can we do? How can 5 different fractions of one Supporters Club come to a stadium to come and sing different songs for one match? How?
It's so sad, really. I felt really bad. How did we get here? That we now start having 5 different Supporters Clubs on the same field just for one game. It's really, really sad. First and foremost, there was nothing like social distancing among those supporters. That was quite obvious. Even on camera, I saw the game on TV. Everything looked disjointed. The different factions have not helped the Supporters Club at all.
Okay. Now, Abraham, let me come to you on this one. Before I came to this platform, I had one of the fractions, the head of one of the fractions, in my studio then. Now I'm here now, and I intend to invite him next week unfailingly. He said one of the reasons why the other fractions intend to continue this struggle for hold is because there was a FIFA palliative for Supporters Club, and only one fraction got it and took it to themselves. And that they forgot to tell the FIFA that there are different fractions. Now, all of this is getting very messy. What can we do to solve this problem once and for all?
The leadership of the Nigerian Football Federation has a lot to do in this regard. I believe all the factions sprang up from the same root. We would see that they all know themselves, and it is because of this remuneration given out to them after each game that caused this rancor. We know in sports in Nigeria, football generates the most for the Supporters Club, and like it's best that they are the most respected, or let me say, known Supporters Club you have in Nigeria. So it's going to be bad for this fraction of the team to continue. Faction in all sports in Nigeria is becoming a thing that's getting so annoying. So the NFF board led by Amaju Pinnick needs to come into this, get all factions together and let them get to a resolution. That is the only way Nigeria can move forward. Now, nothing wrong if you have a Supporters Club of over 1,000. Everybody can come together under one leadership. It's no problem. It gives us more credence. Imagine you have a 500-man band at a game playing the same thing, chanting the same thing. The PR, I really believe the PR they can run around that can work very well for the Nigerian football in itself.
Okay, Odun, let's look at our continual shame with Supporters Club now. When we were in Russia, we had a complaint by one of the fractions who actually called Nigeria then from Russia and said the NFF purposely left them at the stadium in Russia and took another fraction to the match. And they had to actually source for funds to get to that match to go and meet them there. And the guy said it online. He said it to Nigeria. He was on Twitter. He came back home and was filming. We're taking this disgrace from here all the way to Russia and other World Cups. And it has to stop. It has to stop. We are doing this at home here. We've done it in Russia. Where else next? Are we going to disgrace ourselves again?
Hello, I didn't get that.
Now, we took this disgrace to Russia, where a fraction was left alone in the airport in Russia. They took one fraction, NFF took one fraction. So we're disgraced there. The was on social media and everywhere. Now it's Teslim Balogun Stadium. Where next? How do we stop this disgrace from going forward more than it has become as this?
I can't hear you.
Oh. Okay, Ababi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you perfectly. I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, now, this happened in Russia when a particular fraction was left at the airport and the NFF took one fraction. I'm sure you know the story.
Yeah.
And it was all over social media then. It was a disgrace for Nigeria and Russia then. Now we're back here. It's Teslim Balogun Stadium. Where next?
Where next? It will continue like that. Like I said earlier, it will continue like this. Still, Pinnick and his board decides to take a bold step and address this issue. And the only way you can address this is call everybody to order and have a referendum. I'll call it a referendum. Have a referendum with all factions. Because like I said earlier, there's nothing wrong if you have thousands in the supporter slope. We've seen different bands. We've seen different classical bands. You have about 500 people, classical bands, musically. So it's raising the spirit of the game, raising the spirit of the Super Eagles. So it's nothing wrong if you have them with their thousands of the band under one leadership. So NFF needs to come into play. Only NFF can solve this issue.
Okay. Okay, now, so let's go to my next discussion for this morning. Now, Benin City, the Edo State capital, is agog as the 20th edition of the National Sports Festival begins on Friday, that's today, with 8,000 athletes expected to vie for honors in 40 events. The festival was initially scheduled for March 20th to April 6, 2020, but was called off following the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic. Thereafter, the festival suffered 3 more postponements in December 2020, as well as in January and February this year, due to paucity of funds, with the Edo State government saying they didn't have the financial strength to host the national event. Again, with just a few days to the commencement of the festival, the Sports Ministry was considering hosting the event in Abuja, as the ministry and state failed to reach a truce over funds from the federal government to stage the festival. Now, both parties eventually agreed on terms, and the festival is set to host after initial hiccups. The main arena for the festival, the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium, has been refurbished to world-class standard, with other centers expected to host various events also in good shape. Now, the Games Village opens on Saturday, that's tomorrow, with athletes and officials expected to present certificates and documentation of COVID-19 tests and vaccination before they are admitted into the facility. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo will officially declare the games open on Tuesday. Now, Governor Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano State has charged the 206 athletes from the state going for the National Sports Festival Edo to work hard, show spirit of sportsmanship, and win gold medals. The governor said this in a statement issued to newsmen by the Chief Press Secretary to the state's Deputy Governor, Hassan Musa Fage. Now, Ganduje bade farewell to the state's contingents who will be departing on Friday for the sports fiesta, that's today. Represented by his deputy, Dr. Nasiru Gawuna, Ganduje said that his administration, since coming on board in 2015, had given adequate priority to sports to engage the youth to be employed. Now, Odun, I hope you heard that.
Hello.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Now, sports festival, we are getting ready. At least we'll get there today. They were allowed to go in. Vaccines must be shown that you have taken it. But that's not my point. My point is, the Edo State government, their body language has only shown that they don't care about the health implications of doing this thing. All they want to do is get it done at all costs.
I didn't get the question. I could only hear the Edo State government.
Now, the Edo State government, their body language says that they don't care about the health implications, COVID-19 of this thing. All they want is get this thing done at all costs, not caring whose ox is God.
Okay, I didn't really get your question, but I think you were saying that the Edo State government, their body language towards the pandemic, right?
Yes, they want these games to go on, despite not thinking about the health implications of COVID-19 on the games.
No, I don't think that's the body language for me. I think they put everything in place by demanding for COVID-19 tests and results, and then asking some of the athletes to go through the vaccination and all that. I think they are well prepared to me. Apart from the issue of funds, and everything they had earlier on. I think everything is in place. To get the fans won't be much. I don't know if I don't know the amount of fans that will be coming in. I don't think the fans will be much. So there won't be, once the athletes are being tested and they have, some of them are being vaccinated as well. I think everything is under control right now. I think the preparations are top notch. Actually, even Edo States are one of my favorites for the National Sports Festival right now.
Okay, Abayomi, states are spending money. Niger State government has approved 22 million naira for the state's 120-man contingent to the 28th National Sports Festival. 22 million from one state. Good money being spent for the youth of your state to make it better tomorrow.
It was on see that news. I was excited that they would put that much on ground for their contingent. I must also say right now, Amaro Park, where the basketball team of the Lagos State, they are currently having their trainings with the Vice President of Lagos State Basketball Association here in presence, and the two coaches, Kunchinka and August. And I do not think these guys are ready to move today.
Can I speak to one of them? Can we speak to one of them?
The training is still going on now.
Okay.
They are all on court, taking part in the training. I'm not to be able to access them, but I can tell you, Olumide
right now, yeah,
is right here. He's right there with the team, getting sure that they are doing all they can to prepare.
But let me ask you,
the team should be in Edo State right now, regardless. The competition is in 2 days. They should be in Edo State right now. In some hotels, doing their practice in Edo State right now. Also, I need to put into question what the state government and the federal government have put in place as regards security. We know the tons, because COVID-19 is one, security is another. Now we know the case of the robbery on the Benin or a road in recent weeks and months. We know about the kidnapping story. So what are the government, the state government, and the federal government put in place? Because most of the teams will be traveling by road. Virtually all teams will be coming down there by road. So what are the plans in place? I think that should be paramount, even if we are discussing the COVID-19 and the vaccination, which is very, very important. The security of this team should be discussed, should be our topmost priority right now.
Okay, now, Odun, let me come to you. In Lagos, okay, we always shout, Eko for show, right? Now, Edo said they are going to do the best sports festival ever in the history of Nigeria, and they're going to give Lagos a run for their money. Looking at the preparations so far, can they do that? Can they give Lagos a run for their money?
Can they give Lagos
a run for their money? Yes.
That's the question.
Yes, that's the question.
Yes. You mean Edo State, right?
Yes, of course.
Yes, as I said, they are one of my favorites alongside Delta State, Rivers, Akwa Ibom. They can give Lagos a run for their money because for me, they are really, really prepared well. They are really, really prepared well. They have participated in various competitions and state festivals, including particularly Edo State, and all of the states I've mentioned are my favorite. So I think they can give Lagos a run for their money, except for the fact that.
Okay, Abayami, let me come to you on this one. Abayami, looking at Edo State and their preparations, Deputy Governor Shuaibu has consistently said we are going to give Lagos a run for their money based on the events. As in, we are ready for them, and Lagos will see this and say, Edo, you have done better than we did. Can they give Lagos a run for their money based on facilities, razzmatazz, can they do that?
Wale, that would be very tough. I think Eko 2012 will still go down. Eko 2012 will still go down as one of the best national sports festivals we've had in Nigeria, because Lagos State has the facilities. The facilities are in place. Everything they put in place was there. Edo is doing all they can to get themselves prepared for the tournament. But I think when it comes to the organization of the event, Lagos State is second to none.
Okay. Abayami, I want to thank you very much for taking your time off basketball to talk to us on the show this morning. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Have a great game.
You too.
Odun, thank you very much for joining us on the show this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, a leading expert in crowd behavior at sports stadiums says allowing spectators into stadiums for the Euros could see coronavirus spread among fans. His comments came on the day UEFA lifted a directive that only allowed stadiums to be at 30% capacity at club or international matches under its jurisdiction. It could pave the way for large crowds to be in place for the European Championships, which take place this summer and are currently scheduled for 12 countries. Number of fans allowed into stadiums, if any, is left to national governments to decide, as was the case when the 30% directive was in place. Now, Britain's Minister for Culture and Sport, Oliver Dowden, indicated in an interview that he was optimistic a large number of fans will be able to attend knockout games at Wembley, which hosts the semi-finals and final of the Euros. G. Keith Still, visiting professor of crowd science at Suffolk University, said there was a huge question over whether fans could be trusted to behave themselves.
There's always an ambition to get crowds back, but it has to be at the basis of local infection rates. I mean, you saw what happened when Madrid came and played in Liverpool. You know, the coronavirus cases spiked there. We haven't got a handle on international variants. So trying to get crowds back together again until we've got a complete handle on the virus is a risk. And that risk has to be taken at a political level. So this is not up to any sporting body saying, yeah, we would all love the crowds to come back. Let's face it, we want to get back to normal. We want to get out. We want to be celebratory. But it has to be in the public's interest, the public health interest. That has to be the priority. And that's got to be driven by the data. It's got to be driven by the criteria that the current government are outlining, the 4 tests. And we've got to keep monitoring it. This thing we've only just started vaccination, for goodness sake. Why undo all the good for the sake of a couple of sporting events? It's not pragmatic enough. And I think that's where the government are certainly standing, is evaluate things, release things slowly, see what happens. Can we trust people to behave in large sporting events, and keep the virus at bay? I think there's a huge question here for the behavioral scientists. There's certainly a huge question about logistics of major events. And it really has to be driven at a government level to make those decisions.
4th-seeded Andrei Rublev outlasted unseeded Sebastian Korda on Thursday night to advance to the semi-finals of the Miami Open. Russian Rublev defeated American Korda 7-5, 7-6, 7 in the close 4th quarterfinal match that saw a slight delay for rain. Now, Rublev broke serve to close out the first set, then needed 3 match points in the second set tiebreak to prevail and set up a semi-final match with Paul Hubert Hurkacz, who earlier ousted Stefanos Tsitsipas. The second semi-final on Friday will feature 7th-seed Spaniard Roberto Bautista Agut and 21st-seeded Italian Jannik Sinner.
And first set, Rublev.
Wow, on a Friday morning, Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I always say the weekend is here and rest is near on a Friday morning. It's Good Friday, if you ask me. Okay, thank you. Join us same time on Monday morning, same time, same station, same program. Of course, my name is Wale Scott. Like I always advise you at the end of every show, if not for anything, at least for your heart, do some sports.
The October 2020 incident is in the news again as Amnesty International
labels U.S. reports inaccurate. And the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, announced its plan to recommence voter registration. Plus Politics starts now. I am Justin Akadoye. Now, Amnesty International has said the United States could have taken more time to evaluate all available evidence before publishing its report on the October 2020 Lekki tollgate shooting. The U.S. government, in its 45th annual Human Rights Report, said information on the fatalities from the shooting remained fuzzy, noting that apart from Amnesty International, which reported 10 persons died during the event, no other organization was able to verify the claim. Now, discussing with me is political analyst Adeyemi Saka. Adeyemi, many thanks for joining us on Plus Politics tonight.
It's nice to be here once again.
Yeah, I'm sure you have seen and read the report contradicting what Amnesty has said about 10 people dying. U.S. came out with their own report and said those claims could not be verified. How did that hit you when you read it?
Well, in diplomacy and the diplomatic world and diplomatic cycle, you don't say yes, you don't say no. So that's what the Americans, the U.S. State Department's reports seems to me. And the U.S. report didn't say such incident didn't happen, didn't say nobody died, just said it was unverified. Unverified is probably yet to be ascertained. So over time, maybe when more facts emerge, they probably will have a recount of these earlier reports or probably stand by it or justify the report. But we shouldn't delude ourselves. Yes, when it comes to this government and probably those in power, when it comes to when pronouncements against this government comes from such quarters, they are quick to tell us that yes, we have not surrendered our sovereignty to America and other international bodies, organizations, but it's so funny and hilarious that they are jumping out like at days with jumping out like an excited iron in a chain chemical reaction. So yeah, good news for them. With time will tell. But I want people to know that there is an investigative journalist in Nigeria. Allow me to mention his name, Fisayo Shiyombo, that did an exclusive, extensive, and detailed report on the massacre incidents and what have you at Tollgate, and the facts are there. You see, it's let's. There's no one to talk about this. Then we won't talk about what happened that day. I think if anybody should be held responsible, we should hold the Lagos State government responsible for what happened at Lekki Tollgate. And the question is this: when in democracy, especially when you have to bring in the military to probably play a role in halting or curbing civil disturbance or unrest, they meet with the security team of the governor and the CP of the state, and that's where the flash points where they want the army or the military to go intervene. And now we are all in Lagos. We're all in Lagos. We knew places that were burning. Itire, Tipa Garage, Ketu, Ikorodu, Mushin, not Lekki. And even that evening, while the soldiers were heading to Lekki, we had people at Alausa in front of the government house, in front of the office of the Lagos State government. They were not dispersed violently. And also my knowledge when it comes to the role of military in enforcing curfew, what they should have done as at that time, which is the standard rules of engagement for military operation in such events, is they form two corridors. Yeah, they form two corridors. The first corridor barricading the protesters, then an outer corridor for them. And they wait not 10 o'clock, not 12 o'clock. They wait at the expiration of the curfew, which is 6 a.m. And the commanding officer on ground, they pronounce them guilty in the presence of a magistrate that will be there. And anybody that charged at them will be shot at. Not shot to maim, you'll be shot to kill. And they'll be dragged from the inner corridor to the outer corridor. And that will give the military or those present the opportunity to now arrest as much as they can. And before they do that at daybreak, they probably would have formed a perimeter around the disobedient crowd, because what those people at Lekki, civil disobedience, it's not really a capital. You don't have there are punitive measures in our Criminal Justice Act about civil disobedience, not shoot at them.
Because I was really going to ask, shouldn't we as Nigerians be questioning the authenticity of that report? Because let me just read some claims. It claims that the military men were imposing curfew by firing into the air on one hand, and also said that they fired at protesters when criminal elements penetrated into them.
Yeah, I was going to come to that. If you look at the proceedings at the Judicial Panel of Inquiry going on in Lagos State, a medical doctor from one hospital in Lagos State came out and during his testimony said pellets were extracted from victims that day. And Nigerian police doesn't use pellets. Nigerian army doesn't use pellet. Now, it brings us to who were there with locally made pistol or guns or ammunitions. If that means it's people that have a foreknowledge that there's going to be a curfew that day, that planted people with guns at Lekki. Because before the day of the curfew, even those at Lekki did not know there was going to be a curfew that day. Until they got there, no one knew. So it's the question of those that knew what they wanted to do, to give the army the justification to fire at those protesters, planted people with locally made pistols. Simple, it's logic.
So invariably it was hijacked?
It wasn't hijacked.
Okay.
It was a setup.
A setup?
It was a setup because if people at Lekki...
Who set who up?
Well, it's up to Nigerians and people intelligent enough to connect the dots. Who knew there was going to be a curfew that day? Who pointed Nigerian army to Lekki? Who pointed Lekki to them? Why not allow, sir? Where they have fight because in Nigeria the laws that has to do with treason says if you probably disturb the institution of government from functioning, that is treason. So those that allow are even more guilty than those at Lekki. Then another thing you should ask yourself is this: you're going to enforce curfew. Why the total blackout? It wasn't the billboard that provides light for that access. It is the street light powered at IPP controlled by Lagos State governments. So who shuts it off? Who turned it off? And in a military operation, when there's total darkness, the military is going full bridge. So you don't pee on my face or on our faces and tell us it's raining. And if you look at our statement by the US report, there's something called lobbying in international politics and diplomacy. Probably there's a lobbyist at work.
Who is lobbying?
Well, everybody needs to lobby because let me tell you the implications of what would have happened if such report doesn't come out. The Tucano jets will probably still be held up and probably will not get it back. So you need to lobby.
So invariably, are you saying the U.S. report is somewhat downplaying all of the issues and all of the things that came out from the Lekki shooting of October 20 last year?
In all fairness, with all sense of respect and dignity to human life, yes, it is. We shouldn't delude ourselves.
So what do they stand to gain?
Well, the country is still moving forward. The country is still moving forward, but will the country heal from what has happened? I would say no.
The country moves forward, and the lives of innocent Nigerians are yet to be accounted for.
Well, you see, like I said, the country will move forward, governance will move forward, international diplomacy and politics will move forward. But will Nigeria heal from what happened that day? Probably no. Because you see, if we don't tell ourselves the truth, we can't move forward. We can't tell ourselves where we were wrong and what we did right. And if we don't know where we went wrong, we cannot correct it. You know, it started with the usual red marker, fake news. The army was not there. From okay, we were there. We didn't go. We did have a fight. So in law, if you're examining any witness and his testimony tarries, and you find that what he said at an instance doesn't corroborate his following statement or at a later date, the judge strikes all his accounts off, and it's been considered unreliable witness. So why should we believe people that have turned to be unreliable? Because if there are 1,001 things we could have done, there are 1,001 things could have been done after Lekki.
What could we have done right? You know, to maybe make up for, is there anything that could have been done really to even right all the wrongs of last year, October 20?
Yeah, there are some things that could have done. If you want me to what we call freebies, I probably will give you freebies here for the Nigerian army or the Nigerian government. The first thing is there's a need for an apology to Nigerians about what happened that day. And you made a promise that never again in the history of this country would the army or any officer turn his gun on an innocent civilian. That is enough for us to move forward. And this is our mess. We have to clean it up. But you see, it's if US report is saying it couldn't be verified, and Sanwo-Olu, as the governor, that said nobody died, and on CNN said 2 people died. So you look at the lies and the consistency.
Consistency in lies, consistency in irregularities, and we saw pictures, we saw live feeds on that night, and we saw people.
The most idiotic statement you can hear in the 21st century is somebody telling you that an Instagram live video was doctored. That's the most idiotic statement I've heard in the 21st century. Was it doctored while it was being recorded? So you look at the insincerity. I would never cut Sanwo-Olu slack in this as the governor of Lagos State. He's guilty, he's culpable in what happened at Lekki. Nobody should tell me he doesn't control the army. Nobody should tell me it was now. His government pointed the army to Lekki. So he's responsible. And they should tell us if it's, okay, look at it. At Alausa, you had Nigerians, I won't say Lagosians, Nigerians protesting peacefully at what was it called? At Alausa. You saw a bus owned by Lagos State government. Forget about a toy that is being franchised or somebody is controlling it. I've tried buying tickets to board those buses. I've seen their staff wearing T-shirts or what that has Lagos State's signal on it, of Lagos State government. So Lagos State government is a stakeholder in that business.
Of course.
And a bus looking without. And then one of those guys was captured, his picture was widely circulated, it's called Osha. Till today, till we speak, Osha is still working on the streets of Lagos.
But looking at all of this that has happened, eventually there were panels of inquiry in several states, even in Lagos. Would you really say, if you were to, analyze all of the proceedings that have come out from the judicial panel of inquiry, would you really say that they have been fair in their discussion so far?
Well, I think the panel, in my humble opinion and self-assessment, independent opinion, and I would say this is my opinion, not that of Nigerians. I think the panel derailed.
Derailed in what sense?
When lost the bit of integrity or conviction, it had on me when he ordered the reopening of Lekki Toll Gate. I think for me it was beyond them.
They shouldn't have opened it at all, or when they were hasty in their decision.
They didn't even have such powers. Are they caught?
Okay.
The panel of inquiries are just meant to make pronounced positions and probably recommendations to be taken up by courts. So why this? So it shows that to me proves that the panel was set to an expected end. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. Yes, you see, I tell people, one of the free tips I give people, especially people that spokespersons, aides to public office holders, I tell them if you want to lie with some truth. So at every point in time you are lying, the truth is always constant. So trying to relate it to what happened at the panel, they did some things that were lofty, good, objective. So they now hit the opening of the Lekki to get under it. So whether you like it or not, you still want to give them some credit because of the pronouncement of what they've said.
Okay.
But for me, they lost me, and they lost it when they said the Lekki Toll Gate should be opened. I think if the agency or the body that owns the company that's running the Lekki Toll Gate feels there's a need for it to be open, it probably should have approached
you are
the
a
court.
Lagosian, you are a Nigerian, that you live in this country now. If you were to say or to feel the pulse of the average Nigerian that after this recent report by the United States, would you really say that they are sort of opening up old wounds after all that has happened last year and Occupy Lekki Toll Gate that happened again not so long ago this year? Would you really say that Nigerians are being treated badly?
No, Nigerians have been treated badly for a very long time. And it's so sad that people playing politics or going about this politics are not so smart about it, smart enough to go about it. I don't know, you've dug this up, you should expect counter actions, and we go back and forth, and people will still get angered. People will show their grievances. I'm not saying take to the streets and destroy properties. People will show their grievances. People want to push their case forward. People want to establish their case. And we get to the stage, and at the end of the day, let's say we get embarrassed for it.
Okay, but going forward now, with all that has happened, with this report, quote and unquote, and downplaying all of the issues with the Nigerian police and all the lies that have been told, do you see a situation where the Nigerian would actually want to go all out to protest, all of misgovernance, all of the bad things that are being meted out to them on a daily basis?
What they did with Lekki is they didn't crush the will of Nigerians. They just pushed it forward. I'll tell you, the police is one institution that is seriously against reform. I don't know why. They are so used to their evil way of doing things, and I'll say that I'll stand by it. Police officers have pulled their service piece, sidearms, and what have you at me. And you're thinking, if that was not enough, February, last month in Abuja, a police officer still points his rifle at me because he wanted to stop me. And the question is, why are you pointing a rifle at me? So these guys are not ready to change. These guys are against reform. And even Sanwo-Olu as a governor that came up with an initiative, was it yesterday that was widely celebrated that people should not have body cameras on and what have you?
Yes.
Did you see any police officer personnel at that show-off? No, because they're against it. The police is against reforms. Forget about the English or the press releases or the radio station they've said they've established. It's just pure rhetorics. These guys are not ready to change. A simple law would have empowered an average Lagosian to put an average policeman in check. Let the State House Assembly pass a law. Let the National Assembly pass a law that guarantees every Nigerian the right to record the interaction with an average police, security agent or officer. And this will put an end to this madness.
Okay.
But your policeman is harassing somebody, you want to record, you are being assaulted sometimes. I've witnessed things like that happen in this country. So you imagine, and the average policeman is angry that you're having a good life. I've been at the end of it, so I can say this with utmost conviction. I'm not bad-mouthing the police. I'm not giving them a bad name.
Okay.
But the police needs to change. You see, how did we get here? People were peacefully protesting. And some people wanted to discredit, were bringing thugs out to attack protesters. We saw it in Abuja. They came in SUVs, tinted, covered plates. We saw it in Lagos. They came in Lagos State Mass Transit or whatever. So why are we just being politically correct that we don't know where these things came from?
Because Nigerians are still asking who ordered the shooting.
No, obviously, when there's a military personnel on ground that went with his live rounds and is being shot at, by standard training, is meant to shoot back. Okay. So the question is, and it's not a question. Here lies your answer, or answers to the question you're asking me. It's those people that knew there was going to be coffee in Lagos State that day, that had security meetings that pointed Lekki to people. We surely know those who planted people with guns at Lekki. Don't look beyond them. Because you and I didn't know there was going to be coffee that don't say the governor announced at 4 p.m.
Yeah,
and so childish and so so wicked and insensitive the pronouncement was you are now in the Lagos state that you've probably, maybe up to now, Agege was a mess because of the road construction going on there. You had roads blocked, and you announced 12.
There's no way Nigerians would have even gotten home before the curfew begins.
So it shows you the wickedness of those in power.
You've talked about the Nigerian government trying to right the wrong by apologizing to the populace and saying that it would never happen again. But is that enough justification, and would it actually calm tensed nerves right now, people who have actually lost loved ones and even means of livelihood?
There's a saying in Yoruba, probably will spare the audience and I'll go straight to it. You catch a thief, you tell him to drop what he's holding, he drops it. You tell him to run. What else do you want? You accuse the government of being wrong. They accepted. They say you demand actions. They've apologized and they're making pronouncements and implementing policies to say, yes, it will never happen again. What else do you think Nigerians will demand for? An average Nigerian also be treated with dignity.
All right. It's still Plus Politics. We'll take a quick break and we return and we'll come talk some more. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's still Plus Politics, and we are looking at the recent report released by the United States Department on the EndSARS and specifically the October 2020 report at the Lekki tollgate. And we still have Adeyemi Saka, political and public affairs analyst with us. Yemi, I just want to ask one question now. Don't you think the Americans, they need to update maybe the report, because I still feel they need to explain, if they are telling us that these claims cannot be verified. I want to be able to understand why we have visuals of amputees, we have casualties, and they are telling us that soldiers only shot into the air.
No, America is saying that it's not verified. They didn't tell you it didn't happen.
So what does that even mean?
Yeah, it's like, okay, it's not verified. It can still turn out.
There are no claims, there are no evidences, or what? But we have people, we have the visuals.
No, that can still turn out to be a verified account with time, over time.
Then why now?
No, the question is this. For now, it is not verified because of what is at their disposal. Let me give them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
But at some point, it could still turn out to be a verified report or account of what happened that day. So we still have how many years? 2010.
Are they playing for time, or what exactly?
Well, I was boldly speculative when I said this is probably international lobbyists at play. And if you looked at the word, they didn't say it never happened. They didn't say it was falsehood, or if it was a false account. They said it's unverified. It can still be verified some other time. So the U.S. State Department was being careful, was being diplomatic when they said it was not verified. Because what stands on verified can still be verified tomorrow. When they are availed updated reports or better resources or materials. So let's cut them some slacks.
Cutting them some slacks now as we wrap up now this particular discourse now. What do we begin to do as analysts, as lawyers? Do we need to provide them with verifiable evidence or what exactly, so that we could actually get to the root? Because Nigerians actually need answers, and families need to be soothed, and we just need to get past this once and for all.
I'll be religious, and apologies to any believer of any, believers of any other faith apart from Christianity. I'm saying this is what the pastor said while listening to his telecast years ago. He said, nothing can be hidden forever. That the only thing that can be hidden forever is what God hides. So as long as God doesn't hide it, it will be revealed. It's just a function of time. So it's just a function of time.
Well, only a matter of time before we get to know the right answers and the main truths that Nigerians are eager and conscious, and boiling to find out. Well, we still have DME Saka. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, the Independent National Electoral Commission announces plan to recommence continuous voter registration. Stay with us.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes, but without showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6. So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
them. Then you
them
go home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
All right, welcome back. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has announced its plan to recommence the continuous voter registration exercise on June 28 across the country. Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu disclosed that the electoral umpire has set aside a direct data capture machine and would introduce a new device being developed by its in-house software engineers. Now discussing with me is Festus Okoye, Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee of INEC, and of course we still have a political analyst, Adeyemi Saka. Let us start from Abuja. Let's go to Festus Okoye. I just want you to break it down for us. From the press briefing some days ago, your commission says it is moving to voter registration equipment and technology. Specifically, it is called, you're moving away from the direct data capture machine and you're going into a new one, which is the voter enrollment device. That's IVED. So can you break it down to us and let us know what's new in all of this new technology?
The technology we intend to introduce is integrated into the new policy of the Commission relating to deepening the use of technology in the electoral process. What we intend to do is to align our policies and programs and some of our procedures to the new realities relating to the circumstances of COVID-19 pandemic that has made it impossible for large gatherings to take place. So our in-house engineers, we are building what we call a new portal that will enable new registrants to start a registration online and then complete their registration at the registration centers through a process of having their biometrics taken at the registration centers. So the implication is that every other data, every other procedure will take place online. Then the registrant will now go to the registration center and only to capture the biometrics, and then the person walks away. So the new enrollment device we intend to introduce, we replace the direct data capture machines. And what we intend to do is to make sure that we not only capture the fingerprints of registrants, but we also capture their facials, so that the facials.
All right, Festus, I really want to understand this now. So specifically, whoever is interested in going for this particular registration must start from maybe from their phones or their devices, and they start from that level, and they need to go to another center again to complete the registration, or what exactly? I didn't quite get that.
Exactly, that is the point.
Okay, how do you
start their registration online, and then when they complete their registration.
All right, Festus Okoye.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I was just going to ask, how do you factor in people who live in the hinterland who may not have access to maybe internet data for some reason, and they would actually want to get registered? Are you going to completely stop the direct data capturing? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Festus Okoye. I don't know if he's still there. Hello, Mr. Festus Okoye, can you hear us? All right, let's talk to Yemi Saka. We'll see how we can get across to Festus Okoye yet again. So far, he has been able to explain. He says whoever is interested in registering for the voter exercise will have to do that from their phones, and when they are done, they have to go to a particular center and get the whole process completed. How do you see this new process, really?
I don't know why. I think in Nigeria, if the government agencies or institutions wants to come up with policies, they must just make it difficult or cumbersome for Nigerians. I don't know why I cannot do everything and even capture my face from my device. It's possible. Why are we still in this marriage with hardship about getting things done? I can sit down in the comfort. You see, I can sit down at home. I have a lot of online financial app where Nigerians that for loans and what have you. You don't even leave your house to get to have an account with them. You don't even leave your house. You don't even go to one office or center to capture your face. How do you just position your phone and you just capture it? So if small organizations could be doing that, then why not INEC? Why do we just to show that we are working, just to show that we are Nigerians, we must just put one hardship in the process? Why? Why are we so much?
Are you saying
this marriage
election is deliberately?
No, because I think it's
putting
I think
hardship
it's
on
not. I think I think over time, not just INEC, over time, I think we just like making the simplest thing cumbersome. Why can I register, fill in my details and everything, they complete the data form, and I still have to leave the comfort of my home and go outside and probably go capture, and we're saying want to combat or probably be COVID-19 compliant, and we're still going to, whether you like it or not, people, no matter the social distancing and everything, you're still going to gather a crowd somewhere.
Okay.
And why you're developing something, a nice innovation, a nice idea, why don't you just go all the way?
All the way. All right. I don't know if you've been able to reconnect with Festus Okoye. All right, looking at all of that, now there's this back and forth, although INEC has All right, Festus, are you still there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I don't know if you've been following the conversation here in Lagos. Our analysts believe the federal government, INEC, is putting hardship and pressure.
I had him very well. It has nothing to do with hardship. What the commission is doing is to comply with the provisions of the law. If you look at Section 10 of the Electoral Act, it says very clearly that each applicant for registration under the continuous voters registration system shall appear in person at the registration venue with any of the following documents. So what we are trying to do is to integrate the electronic or online registration portal and still comply with the law. The law says that you must appear in person. So there is no way the commission will break the law without the law being amended. So that's why we have said you can start your registration online and then complete it physically in order for us to be in tandem with the law. We don't have the right to break the law, and we don't have the right to amend the Electoral Act.
All right, we'll still come back to you. I want Yemi Saka to react to that.
Yeah, so far that's an interesting and a solid defense, but that is not even solid enough, because INEC, as an organization, as an institution responsible for registration of voters and election-related matters, can't even start telling the National Assembly there's a need to amend the law. If a law, you see, before COVID-19 came, everybody was, I want to meet with you, blah, blah, you have to come to meet me. But Zoom became the real thing and the end thing. So why don't we just, if these laws are kind of primitive,
why don't you amend them?
Why don't you just amend them?
Okay.
Yeah, INEC did not develop the software application that would change this thing in 1 week. I have an idea. I have a certificate in software engineering.
Okay.
So it doesn't come overnight. There's the architecture, the programming, the coding. So it probably takes 2-3 months, because they have to create the firewalls and what have you. Was that not enough time for INEC to get the National Assembly to amend, even if it's only that part of the Electoral Act?
All right, Festus Okoye, I want you to react to what Yemi Saka just said, specifically considering the fact that Nigerians need to, not suffer just to get registered for elections. Are you working along that line to amend the act so that Nigerians can actually just do these registrations seamlessly anytime soon?
Well, as an electoral management body and as a creation of the Constitution and the law, our responsibility is to make recommendations to the National Assembly or make proposals to the National Assembly relating to aspects of the law or aspects of the Constitution we believe we aid the integrity of elections. And we have robustly and comprehensively made proposals to the National Assembly, and the National Assembly has gracious, for almost 3 months, we were working with the Joint Committee of the National Assembly relating to comprehensive amendments of the Electoral Act to impute technology fundamentally and more specifically into the electoral legal framework. We want to get our smart card readers imputed into the electoral legal framework. We also want a broad powers to enable us deploy technology as at and when due in the electoral process. And the National Assembly is in tandem with us. Our expectation was that by the last quarter, by the end of the first quarter of this year, that the Electoral Act, a new Electoral Act will have come into force. Unfortunately, there are still few challenges here and there, and the National Assembly has promised that by June or July, we will have a brand new Electoral Act, a new electoral framework for the country. So we are working towards that particular direction. I agree with him that building a portal is not a day or a one-day event. We have been testing different brands and different solutions, electronic solutions that will aid seamless voting in the country. And we assure you that we will continue in this direction because deepening the use of technology in the electoral process is the way to go. And we are working assiduously towards that direction.
All right, Mr. Okay, can you tell us more? Many Nigerians would really want to know because they are still confused, some of them that is, considering the registration and having to present their NINs.
Well, the Independent National Electoral Commission, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, we can hear you.
Yes, you see, the Independent National Electoral Commission is a creation of the Constitution and a creation of the law. Now, Section 160 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria gives the Commission very broad powers relating to its powers, relating to its processes, and also relating to its procedures. And it says that these procedures and processes of the Commission are not subject to the control or direction of any individual or any authority or anybody. Secondly, Section 10 of the Electoral Act 2010 as amended makes it very, very clear that if you want to register as a voter, there are documents that you must possess. It says that you either possess a birth certificate or a baptismal certificate or a national passport or a driver's license or an identity card or any other document that will prove one, your identity, secondly, your age and your nationality. So these are the documents the law says you can present. Moreover, if you also look at Section 11 of the Electoral Act 2010 as amended, Section 11, subsection 3, it clearly states that it is the responsibility of the Commission to appoint registration officers. And when these registration officers are appointed, it is only the Commission and no other person, no other authority, other agency that can give such a registration officer directives on what to do and what not to do. So the issue of NIN or possession of a national identity number has nothing to do with voters registration. Yes, every Nigerian is supposed to obey the law. And if the law says you must possess a national identity number, that is well and fine. But in relation to voters registration, the law and the Constitution has told us what to do. It says the only requirement is that you should come before us with something that we show that you are Nigerian, that you are have attained the age of 18, and that you are resident in the area where you intend to register. And that is all.
All right. Just before we let you go, I just want you to clear the air concerning Anambra State. I hear there is a consideration with the CVR because they have an election this year.
Yes, we are going to deploy more equipment to Anambra State for the purposes of voters registration. This is because we are going to cut off the voters registration in Anambra State after after 2 months of commencement, to enable us to integrate the supplementary voters register with the voters register and then print the voters' cards of the permanent voters' cards of those who have registered, and then thereafter we can recommence. But we are going to complete off after some time. But we are going to deploy more equipment to Anambra State to make sure that all those who have attained the age of 18 get an opportunity of registering.
Thank you so much. Indeed, we trust that all of these points that we have made this evening will be taken into account and ensure that Nigerians don't have to struggle or suffer just to get on with registration for elections. Thank you once again, Festus Okoye. We'll take this quick report as put together by Osagi Ogbonwan, and we'll come back and finalize the discussions for today. Stay with us.
Has set June 28th for the commencement of continuous voters registration. The body had announced the year 2020 to begin continuous voter registration, but failed to commence as promised. The body blamed the COVID-19 pandemic for its failure.
The CVR could not recommence in 2020 due largely to the COVID-19 pandemic. In line with the general advice by health officials regarding events involving large groups of people, we considered it inauspicious to restart the CVR at the height of the pandemic.
Yes, I want to agree with them because of COVID, and we know that with COVID, a whole lot of logistics will be disturbed. And of course, that will have taken them into the first quarter of this year, 2021.
The 2019 general elections saw as high as 84 million Nigerians register to vote, and INEC hopes to build on those figures. To improve on the process, INEC plans to make use of online registration portals and expand voter access to polling units.
In this regard, the Commission is building a new online registration portal that will enable new registrants to commence registration online and subsequently complete the capture of their biometric data at designated registration centers.
Yes, the online thing is my problem because it is not yet legal in Nigeria. There is no legal cover for people to register online, getting their cards online and so on. So I don't think that one will work, except if in between now and June 28th, the National Assembly or INEC is able to lobby the National Assembly to pass a law so as to amend the law to take care of that one.
How important is the process and the need for Nigerians to take advantage of the exercise?
And of course, the continual voter registration process is a process which is opened for people to begin to register gradually. Not that when it is election window that is opened, then everybody will now clog the window trying to register, which will create chaos and confusion. Okay. So to me, I would advise that Nigerians take advantage of this window that is open.
INEC stated those expected to take advantage of this process to be all Nigerians above 18 who have never been registered, those who have lost their PVCs, and those who want to change their voting locations, amongst others. Osaogie Ogbonwa, Plus TV Africa.
Open, transparent, and families have the right to know the truth. The system needs to work for the people and not only for the government of those who are in the office. Right now, people are still careful to be publicly identified, and this is why we have not seen anyone come forward on what really happened, on that Lekki and the EndSARS shootings and everything. The U.S. could have taken more time before evaluating the situation, even though I'm not in a position to determine the activities of the country's diplomat.
Nigerian music industry has witnessed growth over the years, and with this growth, a rise in international visibility and dominance. A Grammy Award is any of a series of awards presented each year in the United States by either the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences or the Latin Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences. The Grammys, as they are commonly known, are meant to recognize spectacular work in the music industry. In light of Burna Boy and Wizkid becoming the latest Nigerian Grammy Award-winning entertainers, let's take a look at a list of Nigerians who have won a Grammy Award. Sikiru Adepoju is a percussionist and recording artist and plays primarily in the genres of traditional African music and world music. He plays a variety of instruments and styles. In 1991, he won his first Grammy as part of Mickey Hart's group, Planet Drum, whose title album won the Grammy Award for Best Contemporary World Music Album. That was the first time there was a Grammy in that category. He won again on 8 February 2009 as a part of Mickey Hart's latest group, Global Drum Project. Helen Folashade Adu, known as Shade Adu, is a singer, songwriter, cum actress. She is known as the lead singer of her eponymous band. She holds the title of the first artist of Nigerian origin to win the prestigious award. Her first Grammy was in 1986 for Best New Artist. In 1994 with No Ordinary Love for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals. She earned her third Grammy in 2002 with Lovers Rock in the Best Pop Vocal Album. In 2011, she won a fourth Grammy with Soldier of Love for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals. Lekan Babalola is a Nigerian jazz percussionist and musician who started playing the conga at an early age. He has 7 albums to his name and 2 Grammy Awards. In 2006, he became Nigeria's first Grammy Award winner for his work on Ali Fakature's In the Heart of the Moon, which he was credited in 3 tracks. He also won a second Grammy in 2009 for his work on Cassandra Wilson's 2008 album titled Lovely. He began his professional career after joining a band called Samba Samba Band. Cynthia Onyedimasu Erivo is an English actress, singer, and songwriter with Nigerian origins. She is the recipient of several accolades including an Emmy Award, a Tony Award, and a Grammy Award, and has been nominated for 2 Academy Awards. She gained recognition for starring in the Broadway revival of The Color Purple from 2015 to 2017, for which she won the Grammy Award for Best Musical Theatre Album. She began acting in a 2011 stage production of The Umbrellas of Cherbourg and had a first screen role in the British television series Chewing Gum. Henry Olusegun Adiola Samuel is better known by his professional name Seal. He is a British Nigerian musician, singer, and songwriter, best known for his 1994 hit song, Kiss from a Rose. He has 14 Grammy nominations to his name and has won 4. His song, Kiss from a Rose, earned him 3 Grammy Awards in 1996 and 2011. He won his 4th award, Imagine. He holds one of the highest numbers of Grammy Awards by a Nigerian. Damini Ebonluwa Okulu, known professionally as Burna Boy, is a Nigerian singer, songwriter, rapper, and dancer. He is one of the biggest and most successful African artists. In 2020, his album Twice as Tall was nominated for the same category at the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards, making him the first Nigerian with back-to-back nominations at the Grammys. In 2021, he won the award for Best World Music Album for his album Twice as Tall at the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards. Burna Boy describes his music as Afrofusion, a genre that blends Afrobeats, dancehall rhythms, reggae, American rap, and R&B. Ayodeji Ibrahim Balogun, known professionally as Wizkid, is a Nigerian singer and songwriter one of Africa's biggest artists and one of the most revolutionary Afropop artists of the modern era. It rose to prominence after releasing Ola At Your Boy, the lead single from his debut studio album, Superstar. In 2016, Wizkid achieved international recognition following his collaboration with Drake on the global hit One Dance. He signed a multi-million-dollar album deal with RCA Records in March 2017. In 2019, he featured on Beyoncé's project, The Lion King, The Gift, on the collaboration Brown Skin Girl, which won him a Grammy Award for Best Music Video. The Grammy winner is presently the most streamed Nigerian artist of all time on Spotify, with a total of over 3 billion streams across all credits.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usayome Saleh, and today the beautiful lady in red, Akanima Ojo, the delectable,
yes,
the all princessy.
Continue like 5 minutes. Hi,
how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
By the way, she got braces on. And she's so every time I see people, most of my friends that have worn braces, you just notice that the talking has it has become a lot posh.
You're not serious.
Okay, how are you doing?
I'm fine. I should broke my news. I'm fine. It's well, I've been looking forward to doing this for the past 2 years, and I was just like, why not just eat the frog, and do it. The more you lengthen it, the more whatever it is that I wanted to correct, it's just getting worse. Yeah, so finally doing it. I'm finding it very difficult to eat, so it might as well be my weight loss. I have to match up things, but I learned that in the next 1 week.
Yeah, you would adjust.
And probably just.
I think you are even taking it well. I mean, some of my friends, they actually had swollen.
There
was a bit of swelling for them.
No, I think I just have a problem with taste, and I just feel that everything I'm eating is metal. But I guess it's psychological. Apart from that, I like the short week. Happy Good Friday, everybody.
Yes,
so I like the short week. I like that today is a no work Friday.
Yeah, it's a no work Friday. I actually thought today was Saturday.
How would today be? Sorry, let me just report to who has been busy partying, and in fact she came late today. I'm busy hopping from one party to another, and she has another one tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's why we're wearing bump shorts. Otis 40th, we are going to boogie down tomorrow. In case on Monday we're not able to do a show, just know. Let me report myself ahead of time.
Oh my God!
All right, so today we have an interesting conversation, and we have two amazing people that we're going to be talking with. But let's first of all take what we found as today's quote, because we're talking job, career opportunities, and all that, crossing over to new careers. And here's what we found as today's quote: "We can't be afraid of change. You may feel very secure in the pond, that you're in, but if you never venture out of it, you will never know that there is such a thing as an ocean, a sea. I mean, this is a fantastic quote.
It tests, like it's a big test when you go out to the sea, because seriously, it's quite nice in the pond. You know every corner of the pond. You know, you're in a place where before people finish their sentence, you can finish each other's sentences, and then you're asking yourself, do I really, want to go out there and just do something different, especially when you're comfortable. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion, because I think our guest today, Chioma, is very vast. Having worked in so many industries, and I'm just looking forward to, having her take on to this topic.
Absolutely. I look forward to it too, honestly, because comfort zone is your biggest enemy, especially when it comes to building a career. You can never stay in your comfort zone.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, it is actually. It's actually very tough. It's actually very tough. All right, so crossing into a new career opportunity is something a lot of people wish for, but might not know how to go about it. So Chioma Affair is here to discuss this, but first let's take a break for what's in the news. You're still watching Ways. Now, World Autism Day is an internationally recognized day on April 2nd every year, encouraging member states of the United Nations to take measures to raise awareness about people with autistic spectrum disorder, including autism and Asperger syndrome throughout the world. Autism is a serious developmental disorder that impairs the ability to communicate and interact. Autism spectrum disorder impacts the nervous system. The range of severity of symptoms can vary widely. Now, common symptoms include difficulty with communication, difficulty with social interaction, obsessive interest, and repetitive behavior. Now, early recognition, as well as behavioral, educational, and family therapies may reduce symptoms that support development and learning. So Vaughn Odukwe is a vibrant and bubbly, multi-talented professional, and she's very passionate about maximizing the awareness and acceptance of autistic women and men through mentorship and training. She actively participates in various charity organizations while providing a platform to educate families dealing with autism disorder to discover, develop, and unleash their children and adults' full potential in life. And she's joined in the conversation live all the way from the United Kingdom. Thank you so much, Vaughn.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. Hi, Ways.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you. We are happy to have you. I mean, when Isi spoke to me about your interview, I watched it and I was blown away. I said, okay, we have people that, are really, really passionate about this subject, because a lot of times, maybe let me start with this. A lot of times when the doctor diagnoses the child, as being autistic, the first thing you hear most parents will do is, God forbid, they now start to take the child from one church. Please, is there any demonic connotation to autism? Because everybody just feel like it is the devil that has entered somebody and there's a spirit that needs to be cast out.
Yeah. Well, it's, the thing is, what you don't know, you want to attach something to it, and that is the problem. For our people at home, the awareness is still not there. It's everywhere, actually. Let's not just talk about Africa or Nigeria. A lot of people do not understand it. And when you don't understand something, it's so easy for you to imply or to connect to to call it different things, like, okay, it's a dynamic thing, or, you attach bad issues or bad importance to it, and that's just what it is. But, autism, like you explained in your definition, is what it is. And I think with more education, with more knowledge, you're able to navigate. Because if you look at what it is, it's just a lack of communication, and all we need is the tools to give to parents or anybody to use to navigate with their children. And that's just what it is. It's as simple as that. But because we don't have the knowledge, the professionals, we don't even have enough professionals that are actually trained in it. then it becomes a problem. If you take a child to a doctor, now you mentioned the word doctor and I smile. 9 out of 10, I don't even, I've faced in my life, I have to even tell the doctor what to do. A lot of doctors don't know anything about it, you know, because it's not really like a medical problem, so to say. So when you go to the doctor will go, well, you know, let me consult about it. This is not something that I know of, you know, so it's a very big problem.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I find this talk about autism very interesting on one hand, and I'll explain why. Because you rightly said the awareness about autism is quite low, because as was said, people attribute so many things to why a child is not behaving right or not having normal development or developmental progress.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I hear people talk about the spectrum, you know, that there's a spectrum of autism. Please, can you tell us more about the spectrum? And what does the spectrum really measure? What is it really about?
Okay, when you get the diagnosis that you are autistic or you're on the autistic spectrum, it just means that no two children are the same. So you would find, if you look at the spectrum, you have people on the low side of it all the way up to those that are, they use the word higher function, lower function, which again, that's another topic for another day. I question the use of labels, because when you say someone is higher functioning, does it mean that they are so okay that you ignore them? When you say they are lower functioning, are they so bad? You know, so there's so many problems with even what we are seeing now, even with the diagnosis, you understand? But technically, in my own words, in my own understanding from what I've been doing, the spectrum is just, you're not going to find two children the same. So if my child has autism, your child has autism, we can't sit down and compare notes.
The symptoms will present differently.
Yes, everybody's going to, you know, it all depends on your genetic makeup, obviously your environment. If one person started earlier with early intervention more than the other. So they're just various things, you know, which is where people get it wrong. You know, when they say, oh, my child has autism, but he's talking. And then another child has autism, but he's nonverbal. These are other issues that also are attached to it. So you have people that don't speak, you have people that don't, but for me, the key thing in everything is all about communication, you know, which comes back to this awareness we're talking about.
Yeah.
You know.
So Vaughn, you have a daughter that is autistic. First of all, I mean, I asked you shortly before we started the show, and you said she's now 20 years old. So I would like to hear how the journey has been. Is it something that the child outgrows, or the child lives with it all their life and they're able to now, because they now have a clear understanding of it and they manage it better, right? So, because you mentioned something just now about early intervention. Does early intervention truly help when it comes to managing autism?
Yes, it does, actually. The sooner you know about it, the better, so that you can actually put things in place. You know, either you're putting therapies in place, or it even helps the families to be well equipped to know what they're about to deal with, so that you know how to, let's say, plan yourself, you know, on your everyday life. Now, autism is not something, if you have autism, you have autism. That's just it. That's just what it is. You've got that label. You now need to say, okay, this is my child, and it's specific to your child. So you now need to say, okay, this is my child. What do we know about my child? You know, what do they have? What's, you know, and then, you know, I always tell parents, always have a journal, you know, write down the things. Because when you get to the doctor, sometimes you're so overwhelmed, you might forget to discuss certain things. So I'll give myself as an example. When I started out with my daughter, I was kind of like, okay, yeah, she didn't have speech. You know, they said she was nonverbal. So for me, it was a case of, okay, fine, she's nonverbal. But then over time, I now realized that most parents will say, oh my God, my child is not talking. The speech becomes huge, that they look at speech and forget about other issues. But for me, it was like, I just need to find out how to communicate with my daughter. And as she was growing up, with all the interventions and everything we did, I found that I can communicate with my daughter. It doesn't necessarily have to be speech, you know? And for me, communication is key. I'm not even worried about speech. If my daughter never speaks, it's not really a problem. It's the communication. Because let me give you a very, let me give you an example, just like an everyday example. If we all get on a plane, we go to Japan, you know, we don't speak Japanese. They probably don't speak English. When we get there, we need to communicate. How do we do it? We'll do it by pictures. I give you a picture. I want food, or I want the toilet. We will have a lovely time there because we've communicated by use of pictures or sign, body language, and we will get our message across and get what we want. So this is exactly to the children. If we put it to these children, yes, these children don't know how to communicate or have social anxieties, then we need to find a way, because they are actually communicating by, like when you see a child having a tantrum. That tantrum in itself, if you study it, that child is telling you something. But because they don't know how to express it, they express it in form of a tantrum. Now, I would normally come in there, and if I see a child in the first thing I'll ask the parents is what happened an hour or so before that tantrum. And you're able to deduce what actually happened. So the thing is, if you teach parents, give them the tools to learn how to read their children and how to, you know, understand what they are doing, that's what makes it easier. It doesn't remove the autism, but it makes it easier to know your child, help your child navigate. And honestly, once you do that and you move, you know, with that child, plus all the interventions, these children end up to be autistic adults that get married and live full lives. We do have a lot of autistic families, married, that are having children and living their lives. But that's because they were given the tools and shown how to live their life.
Okay, so we have one more.
Autism is not good.
Okay, 1 more minute quickly, because we ran out of time quickly.
Okay, so please, I just want to touch on myths about because we can't end this without talking about the myths about autism. So there's one myth that I know goes around even in movies, that people that are autistic are gifted, so they have one special ability that no one else in the world has. So a special part of their brain is developed. How true is that? And can you just expound on one or two other myths?
Like in a second.
Yeah, in a second. Thank you.
Every autistic child is gifted, just like every child is gifted. Some people are better, you know, like, so there's no gift, there's no myth, there's no nothing. It just happens to be that if you stumble upon a child who now shows you their strength, you know, then they say, okay, the child is gifted. There's no magic that comes in autism. If you see an autistic child who is gifted, maybe can draw or something, it's the same thing as what you will find with any child that is gifted. It's nothing to do with the autism. It's just that child was opportune to show the gift that they have.
Absolutely.
That's just what it is.
I think it's been a fantastic time, but we will have to bring you back because we need to deal with this conversation longer. But thank you so much for taking our time to talk to us this evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
All right, so we'll take a break now. When we return, we'll be talking about career opportunities. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. As the world is evolving and more innovation sprouting, it is important to evolve as this global change is coming with fresh opportunities now. There are ways to break into a new career, even if it's something you've never done before. For starts, be willing to start over. Get some education, volunteer, frame your existing expertise or experience appropriately to suit the new career that you are aiming at, and use non-traditional ways of finding a job. That's to mention a few. So how easy is it to cross into a new career opportunity? Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. AK has been smiling since. Before I bring in Chioma in like 2 minutes, tell me, because it seems like people that are, maybe me, I don't know, does anything about switching careers, does it have anything to do with your personality? Because I think it has a huge role to play.
I think it does. I think it, first, your personality speaks a lot, whether or not you like it. When you walk into a room, even, you know, without talking, you're already talking, you know, and who you are. In fact, especially in these days when, you know, people tend to go beyond your CV to really know who you are, especially when you want to fill some job roles. Your employers are really, you know, they really want to know what kind of person that you are. So yes, personality does a lot. And you would ask why I'm smiling. I'm smiling because we're going to talk to Chioma. And, you know, she may not know this, but she's a person I admire a lot. And I think, you know, one of the things that we're going to be talking about is also this personality and her personal brand, because I know she has a very strong personal brand and how she carries herself. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion. Maybe that's why I'm
You're smiling. Well, I think a lot of people are just so scared. And, you know, for me...
Well, there's a reason. I'm sorry to cut you short, but there's a reason to be afraid. You know, when you look at the way people employ these days, you know, I said some people, you know, care about your personality. Others don't. They're just looking at the certificate, what you have on paper. And I know that it's really an outdated way, you know, people still employ. And there's people that are looking for very young people.
What I'm even saying, that even with technology that is evolving, COVID-19 that has happened, so many opportunities are, you know, are springing up. But how well are we prepared for it? You know, people are too comfortable. That's the point.
And you can't blame them.
Okay.
Are,
So let me bring in Chioma. Chioma Affair is the corporate angel for Diamond to Access Bank after the merger, where she heads the retail marketing and analytics group. She has worked as a marketing manager at MultiChoice and Cadbury, as well as a senior manager at Airtel, Coca-Cola, and British American Tobacco. All through her career journey, there is one thing she believes in, and I think that's what Ike said, and that is relationships. If you handle them well, and the people you meet along the way talk about you positively, it does help. Every positive remark truly helps. That's her mantra. So and she's joined us live via Zoom. Thank you so much, Chioma, for joining us this evening.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
All right, so you heard our banter about careers. When I saw your resume, I said, this woman, she's gone everywhere. Because she don't sell cigar. She don't sell... You know,
in telecoms,
I mean, you've been,
you
know, and you know, even though some people would argue to say that you have been in the same, in terms of career, marketing. It's not like you have switched to a different department and it's been marketing. But I want to believe that marketing in itself, in different establishments, must have different strategies, right? So how has it been, your journey, first of all, been like, you know, transitioning into these different roles in different organizations? How has that been for you?
Okay, so you are right. I have been a brand manager. I think the first 15 or so years of my career was purely brands, FMCG, BAT, Coca-Cola for about 10 years or so in total, right? Almost that. And then on to Airtel. But I think the difference is, one, the product itself. So there are basic principles of marketing. Anybody who's a brand manager will tell you the 4 Ps, the 6 Ps, whatever, right? But the product, the uniqueness of the product, the uniqueness of the customer, the industry knowledge, right, is something that is different. You keep learning, you keep improving on those things, right? And so my journey has been one that has exposed me to different industries. It's very diverse. So in as much as I've been a brand manager that sold Benson and Hedges, selling water is slightly different. Understanding above the line marketing, understanding activations that were open, free and fair, unlike tobacco, right, made me have to learn a different kind of skill. When you are in an FMCG business and a brand manager, you don't just sit down and work out strategies. I think AK would understand this in a way in the bank when you talk about product managers. When you are in an FMCG business, you also are arm in arm with a salesperson. So you start to learn a bit about sales, and you start to collaborate with salespeople, and you start to understand the techniques of, the steps of the call. What do you do with your trade members? How do you incentivize the trade? You start to look at value chains and, value chain management, value chain marketing. So it now gets a lot more robust, a lot more complex, right? And so every experience for me, and that's what I try to say when I wrote about myself, is that every experience for me brings a new challenge. Every experience has a new piece of knowledge, a new relationship that I must leverage. And my goal has always been to be a general manager. And the general manager for me means that you will be at the business end of things. You would also be at the corporate communications, corporate brand image management end of things. So you have to straddle both. If not, you really cannot be a general manager and run a business. And that ultimately is for me. I want to sit on a board before I'm 50. Right? And so if that's my objective, I must be able to understand a business in totality. So a marketing manager is where I started. Now I'm in retail and I'm pushing retail products. I'm understanding retail business in a bank. It's a completely different ballgame from where I started.
Yeah. So Chioma, I know that you're a high flyer, you're a high performer. There is in all the industries where you have worked, you're a high flyer. So I'm just thinking, what will make a high flyer in media just leave and say, okay, I want to work in a bank, apart from the dream of becoming general manager, because you can't be a general manager in media, but what gave you that gumption to just leave a familiar territory to a non-familiar territory, uncharted waters?
So like I said, I was always a brand manager, right? But when you manage a product, and you would know this, AK, you're literally, sometimes it becomes like tunnel vision. You're like only focused on your product. Worst case, you're focused on a portfolio of products. But you never quite see the impact on the total business, do you? You never quite see how all this impacts out of the bottom line, how every piece comes to play. As a brand person, I think the ultimate is managing the corporate brand, because the corporate brand wraps it all up. And that's how I got into Diamond Bank. I got into Diamond Bank saying that I want to manage a corporate business. I want to manage a corporate brand. I want to be able to leverage PR and media to sell the corporate image, right? I understood retail. I was able to support the retail business, but my focus was the corporate business, and seeing how this digitally driven bank at the time was going to project itself positively, right? So as a corporate communications person and coming into the bank, I swore years ago I would never work in a bank. No. But I think the banking industry is very professional. I think it's become more professional. I think also that with Diamond Bank then, and even with Access now, that step into retail expanded the horizon of the opportunity. And I think that staying in the FMCG business or in multi-choice at the time would have limited me. It would have limited my ambition. I think that the bank has given me a big platform. Banking now is not about brick and mortar, as we know. Banking now has embraced lifestyle marketing. It has embraced retail products and services. We're looking at apps and all these kinds of things. Technology, has come to stay in the banking world. And I think I saw some of that walking into Diamond, and I'm seeing more of that now. So the platform is huge. The opportunities are even more. And I think by far more than where I was coming from, to an extent.
Okay, so Chioma, let's talk COVID and how it has, changed the style of businesses all over the world, where everybody's now thinking, first of all, they're thinking tech, everybody's thinking tech. People have been thinking tech for a very long time, but now you are forced to, do tech, right? And I know that there are opportunities within all of this transitioning that is happening globally around the world. So what would be the mindset of corporate people right now? 9-to-5ers. How should they be thinking, approaching this change that is happening globally? Because there has to be a mindset for you to be able to cross to a different, what's it called? A different water that you have not charted before. So there has to be that mindset. What's the mindset that you would say you should have at the back of your mind for you to chart that course and probably take on new opportunities?
I think for me, my advice to anybody now, or at least my advice last year when I was talking to people, is I think what COVID has done is opened our eyes, right? And this new way of working, it's come to stay. This thinking digital, thinking how to push your products differently. I have friends who, what they did, they're entrepreneurs, and what they did before was put together lifestyle vacation holidays and lifestyle events. And, you know, it was physical. And 2 months into the pandemic, they're broke. So they now started having to think out of the box. So that creative thinking, collaboration, creativity, not limiting yourself, learning, reading. I had friends who sat down and started understudying Gokada and people like that, the delivery services, to even understand, okay, so what is it that they are doing differently? So people are looking for delivery opportunities. People are looking for how to partner differently. I have a friend who has a small agency, and his biggest clients at that time were this young delivery business who were trying to pitch their logistics business to a bigger company and needed to sell their market. And they couldn't afford billboards. They couldn't afford any of that. And they needed someone who could just, you know, design digital campaigns for them. And that's what this guy did. And he saw the opportunity in that partnership. So collaboration is now the way to think. Thinking digital and actually reading up and learning. I'm doing an MBA. I'm having to study with 20-something-year-olds about coding and data analytics. And I'm totally out of my depth. But guess what? I have to understand it. You are no longer pen and paper, do you understand, reading some wordy report. You are going to look at data and have to make sense of this data. You are going to look at data, interpret what this means as regards your customer, what they are looking for, what they are buying, how they are buying, where are they buying, and then how do I now sell to them? So opening up your mind and learning, right, and embracing the fact that this is here to stay. Pen and paper is out, right? Brick and mortar is not the be-all and end-all anymore. I'm not in your studio. I chose to be at home on a Zoom call. People are watching, and it's amazing. You know what I mean? And we are still getting the experience. We're still engaging, right? And work still moves on. My office is at 40% capacity in the building, but we're still pushing those numbers, and we're still tracking. And so you now become more creative and innovative, right? You now realize there's nothing that can limit you. And if we look at your career, it's the same thing. Why should you be limited?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're discussing before we brought you in about comfort zones. I know, and people not wanting to leave their comfort zones to a new place, because today's topic is talking about switching, you know, crossing over, changing careers, how comfortable that is. And there's one question I want to ask you, because I know you're very strong on personal brand. How does your personal brand affect you switching over, you know, affect career choices? Do you think it helps, or do you think it hurts?
I think it helps. I think being deliberate about your personal brand is important. I think understanding who you are, what you stand for, and defining that early. Some people can call it, pardon, you know, the BS factor. Some people say, you know, you're just packaging, you know. But really, at the end of the day, what is your objective? If your objective is to get ahead, it will not just be packaging. Packaging can only take you so far. There has to be substance in your personal brand, is it not? So if you define what it is, you are very clear. I'm a very passionate person. I speak passionately. I am passionate about my brands. I'm passionate about people, my customers, my team. So that passion is what rules, and that is my personal brand. It cuts across everything, be it my family, my work, what I'm working on. Doesn't matter what industry it is, I am passionate. And so that passion must always come across. I'm a very vibrant person. And so my vibrance comes through even in my communication. If you see communication I've designed, you know it's me. You know what I mean? So it always has to come across, but you have to be deliberate about it. And I think it does pay off, because like I listened to some of your banter, and you said when you walk into a room, the impression you leave, you know, is what speaks for you much more than what is on paper. Because what they'll remember is, how did they feel when they spoke to you? Did they feel like they had a good conversation? Did they feel like you have something to offer? Maybe not technically speaking, but you do have some ideas, right? And you do bring something to the role, and I want to talk to that person again. And that's really all you want sometimes in switching your, you know, careers, is you want the second step in the door. You want to be able
to have that second conversation to convince the person that you are the right person. So your personal brand is important. How you look, how you speak, what you know. It cannot all be packaging. You would have read up, you would have learned, you would have been part of a project or part of a system where you collaborated across teams effectively so that you know a bit more and you can therefore showcase that little thing that you know. So your personal brand is important, I believe so.
Okay, so Chioma, when I read your resume, I'll go back to that again. I was quite impressed because I feel, this is my feeling, that people that are able to work in different organizations, they truly have a different mindset when it comes to the approach of, growth in terms of their career path. Most people that I've seen that, I've been in this company for 20 years, somebody's laughing.
Why is attacking them?
I think that is the most, how do I put it?
I'm waiting for your word.
I don't want Eke to attack me.
Adjective.
Like, that's the wrongest thing you should ever do to yourself as a human being. Like, stay in one place. No matter how good that organization is, right? You must be able to take yourself, because people end up getting stuck because you're so used to that place. Even though some of them actually grow through the ranks, go all the way to even positions of directors and all of that. The person is completely different from somebody like a Chioma that has been to this, that. So, is this a right assumption that I'm making, or I'm just I'm just trying to attack some people for staying too long in a place?
Okay, and I think Eke would know this. When I joined Diamond and they announced, and they said this is where I'm coming from and these are the things I've done, I had people come to me. I think a few asked me how old I was and said, when did you start working? That's crazy. And then a few also said to me, my God, how do you just hop around? Like, how do you move, from this place to that place? Okay, so I like the challenge. That's the first thing. I'm not necessarily a risk taker per se, but I like the challenge. And the minute I no longer feel confident, I start to question stuff. I start to ask myself what's happening. And then if there's some people as well, I believe, who, I hear you when you say comfort zone, and I don't want to deride their passion for one place. Some people are just like, you know what, I'm okay, I'm rising, it's fine. But I had a conversation when I joined Coca-Cola 2006, and it was with a Zimbabwean colleague. I will never forget it, Lionel, his name is. And he said to me, Chioma, don't always look for the up, look for the across. You may be in an organization, and he started as an IT support staff. And this guy at this time was head of marketing operations, sales operations in a region, and moved on to run the juice business in East Africa. And he said, don't always tell yourself, I must go up. So, I'm an IT support, I'll become an IT exec, then I'll become an IT manager. No. He said, look around you and say, do you know what? I want to go and work in brands. Is there an opportunity in HR? So something that you feel from a skills perspective, you can learn and you can do that. So maybe the person who has spent 20 years has moved across and moved up. So has experienced different things, therefore has trained in different things. So you have some kind of rounded experience. I agree that maybe the exposure of different industries, right? But sometimes maybe if you are in one organization for 10 years, 15 years, please don't tell me that's in retail from the beginning to the end, then there's a problem. You need to have moved a bit across the line.
Absolutely.
Right? But if you step out, be stepping out with a deliberate plan, not just because they're paying you more money. Not just, do you understand? Money is good, all well and good, but what is your end goal? Lose sight of it.
Absolutely. You know what? We're going to take a very short break. This is getting very hot and juicy. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
When it comes to, issues that affect, people or a certain thing, we already know what the external problems are. We know who the aggressors are, but we need to focus more internally.
This is a country where we have issues of abuse virtually every day, and yet the Ministry of Government, which was set up to be at the forefront of that issue,
is barely seen, implying that Nigerians outside Nigeria do not have a right to be concerned, do not have a right to have a say with things that are happening in Nigeria is not acceptable.
The question should not even be whether or not these Nigerians are in diaspora. It's a question of every Nigerian should be given an opportunity to air their view.
Religion has caused us enough harm at this point.
Yeah.
Until the religious institutions get their act together, know exactly why God allowed, or the traditional God called them to be, they are going to cause you more problems.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're learning how we can tap into new career opportunities that are springing up globally and locally. And we have Chioma Affair with us, giving us some hot gist, hot nuggets. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. Okay, so Chioma, the reason I asked that question before we went on our break, I know someone that there was a merger between her company that she's worked for like 14 years with another company. And eventually, when the new management took over and all of that, she just could not find herself working in another establishment because how you are so soaked into that, that comfort, that routine and all of that. For me, it is, I think, that was, it was a disservice to herself because I feel that there's so much deposited in every one of us. We just need to, first of all, take ourselves from that comfort zone. That's one. Then how would you know that it is time for you to move, for you to switch your career? When is that time? How would you feel it that it's that time, I need to change this career or this path?
Okay. I'm mentoring someone, and I had a conversation with her. She's not been promoted for 5 years. She's been getting pretty decent grades. She's working outside of her home country. And she said to me, I've been doing the same thing and I'm doing it well. I'm an expert in this thing, right? But I'm not fulfilled. I feel there's something else. And she's been talking to me and trying to understand what I've done and how I've moved around and so on. She now said, so I said, are you scared? She said, first of all, she doesn't speak up. She's not able to. So she's very good, but she's not the person who's vocal in the meeting. If they call for an opinion, she's not the person to put up her hand. So she needed to overcome that. So we're working on her overcoming that. That is one. And I said, you haven't been promoted in 5 years. And there's a standard in your business, right? To be promoted every 3 to 4 years based on certain grades. Yes. Why haven't you promoted? Oh, well, because she's not in the home country. Oh, opportunity. I said, must your opportunity be in this same line? She kept quiet. I said, have you learned anything else? Have you developed yourself, in any other skill? And she said yes. And she spoke about some new skills she picked up and some other interests she had that had absolutely nothing to do with what she was doing. She had actually become an expert in this other thing, but had buried it as, a side thing. And she never looked at it. And, she had gotten sucked into 5 years of collecting a salary, getting A's, A or B grades, and just kept on for 5 years. And I said to her, my dear, there are two things you can do. You can, one, have a conversation. And it's important to have the conversation. Whenever HR tells you, oh, your career is in your hands, as much as it can be annoying, it's good to have a conversation, right? Have a conversation with your HR partner or have a conversation with your supervisor and say, this is who I am. These are the things I'm interested in. Where do you see me going? What are the opportunities there? Have that conversation 3 years in, please. Especially when you know you are doing excellently well. Then aside that, I said to her, have that conversation and understand what the opportunities are. Do not wait for them to give it to you. They won't give it to you. They will assume you're happy and you're not. If you have that conversation, right, and it's not looking like anything credible is coming out of it or anything concrete, start to look outside. I am the last person to tell you to dwell in an organization where you are not moving up, where you are not gaining new knowledge or new experiences. Why are you sitting down there? And you're just going to be a manager until the end, a manager that could have done better. So branch out and start to look outside because you have new skills. Go on LinkedIn. Start to post these things she writes, because she writes pieces. She has expert knowledge on certain things. Nobody knows it. So you now have to, so for me, 2-3 years into your goal, whatever that goal is, you are either seeking to be part of a bigger project, because there are always projects in big organizations, even in small ones now, right? Be part of something new. Challenge yourself. Do not be afraid to speak up. Do not be afraid to step out, like you said, of a comfort zone. And your comfort zone will be in your organization. And if in your organization you realize you have got that peak because it's a small business, you will be a big fish in a small pond very quickly. If that is your ambition, fantastic. But if you believe, that you can do better, please, right? Start to have conversations outside. Start to look at what other people are doing. Start to be mentored by people who are outside. Start to leverage a network, and start to look outside. So by 5 years, you say, in my business, I've grown a step, 2, who knows, in 5 years. I have done 1, 2, 3 things. I've improved myself. I'm a professional in XYZ, right? And this is my next step. I can see it. You have to be able to sort of see it in a way. If not, you have to ask yourself some very hard questions. So I give people the 3 to 5 year mark.
3 to 5 years.
Okay, that's very interesting. Because I'm going to ask myself questions, okay? Evaluate yourself with this thing that Chioma is saying. Do you think that it's time? But now let's talk about the real, the nitty-gritty of actually switching. Because I know a lot of people that want to switch rules. But how easy is it to switch? Especially looking at the way organizations employ these days, looking at the recruitment style, the recruitment strategy. Then there's a matter of, I call it discrimination with age, yes. And then obviously, people are just they're readily looking for experts in some other things. And you really, how do you even demonstrate that this new thing that I want to do, I know how to do it. I just need the opportunity for you to actually give me an opportunity to do it. So, what the actual switching isn't as smooth as it is for some people. How would you advise someone that's actually having this difficulty in switching, really? So they have the fire, they have the passion, they've learned the new skill, but they just really can't break through.
The question is, why can't they break through? Is it that one, there is no opportunity for something else? Or you're saying there is, but they are not being considered? Have they put themselves forward, or are they waiting to be asked? Have they said, okay, what I'm waiting for is, I'm waiting for the job to be advertised, and then I would, do you understand? I would apply? Or are they saying that, okay, I'll give you an example. There's a young man who worked with me in marketing, in retail marketing, and he's an IT guy. He came in as I really didn't understand how he ended up with me, because the boy designs websites. He's a software person. But he said he didn't want to go into IT. He wanted to just first understand the end game. He wanted to see this thing he does, what does it even result in, right? But he still kept his eye on IT. And that was his profession, what he went to school, what he studied, computer science and coding and all that stuff. And he's ended up back in IT, by the way, right? And I didn't even know when he applied. I didn't, because he kept his eye there, and he was always looking for projects that had him mingling with, working with any IT project. His hand was up first. It's like, oh, I want to be part of that, So they could see him and they could observe what he could do. Immediately, there was no opportunity. So how do you informally find the opportunity yourself, or are you waiting for it to come to you? Are you saying that so long as that role or that opportunity exists in your business, are you putting your hand up to volunteer? Okay, so I put my hand up and I didn't get up. I push. Sometimes you have to push. You do have to push. You also have to have some interesting conversations with whoever it is you work with to say, I'm interested in something, and I would like to be a part of it, right? And now, to be fair, sometimes you may not get it. And I have a story of some other young girl that I know who I work in my team, and somehow the opportunity still hasn't come for her. Looking outside. She's actually actively looking outside for an opportunity, because she's determined that this thing I know that I have learned, I'm passionate about, I want to do. And I'm going to find the way to do it, right? She went on her own, she paid for courses, She did some certifications, right? And she tries to do part-time work that helps her refresh her brand management and marketing understanding, which is great. So hers is that if I don't get it in this organization, I am going to find it. So how passionate are you about that opportunity?
Absolutely. Okay, let's take in some comments from our audience. Yours is from Benson. Okay. Let me take, Dorothy says, I really appreciate your guests. You either move up or sideways. What is key is you are moving. That's what Dorothy says. Yeah. Then Benson?
Okay, Benson says, all opportunities are buried in challenges and desire to resolve them. In our community, the average mind is largely dependent on the handout or feel entitled. How do we transform this to desire to always solve problems, which in many cases are never aligned to your course of study? So I think really he's trying to say, how do you, I think she's answered it, how do you switch over to something that's not within your line, you know? How do you transform this to desire? Yeah.
Do you know what I studied? My first degree?
No.
English education. Educational management. English education. That's what I studied.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I agree with Benson, you know. So there are challenges. And whether you like it or not, you realize that the challenges may not be aligned with your course of study, but that's the way to get ahead. I'm in retail. I was in corporate comms. Corporate comms, as you well know, is more about the brand. It's about the image. It's about some of the softer issues. It's about perception management. In retail marketing, I'm managing a team of analysts as well. I'm looking at numbers. I sit in meetings, including NPR from time to time, where we are discussing the business and the numbers. If I don't understand it, I better can ask someone to explain that balance sheet and that P&L to me, right? So that I have the knowledge, so that when I'm asked the questions, I can speak, right? And I can help them understand why my business is costing them money and how that cost is helping them ultimately. But I studied English. After that, I went and I did a marketing diploma. And after that, now I'm doing an MBA. Right? So you keep developing, you keep learning because you want to meet that challenge. Because the challenges do not wait for you. Neither do they necessarily, like Benson said, handouts. They don't always have
feel entitled. Yeah. People just want you. Can't you just?
No, but seriously, it happens in corporate organizations in that you stay for a number of years. You feel that it is your entitlement for you to.
But does it work that way? You are not entitled to it. Look at what everything Choma has said. There's a lot of work that you have to do, you know, so in terms of personal development. They will get to a stage where they don't even need to debate it. They will know that the only person that can get this job done is Akanimo because of how you have positioned yourself. That's the thing now. All right, so let me take a question, a comment from Maria. Maria says, switching career takes courage, never easy moving from known to unknown. What is fun in life if you cannot try several things? She's looking at it from a perspective of, you know, try to make your life fun. And I think, Eke, you have one more comment. You know?
Yes, I do. And it says, from Nasiru, says, I think you know when it is time, when you truly have given all and you see your value slowly coming down. For me, I think it's when you start finishing each other's sentences. So you're in a meeting. And you can tell what everybody would say. And, you know, I think it's
so for me, it's when you get up and you don't want to go there. You get up in the morning and you know you don't want to go there. I don't want to go here. I can't do this anymore.
But Choma, wait. Choma, hold on. In Nigeria, this thing you just said, how many people want to get up and go there? In Nigeria.
So see, your motivation may be cash. So I think that is still motivating you now. So at some time, like even this morning.
I don't want it.
I don't want it anymore.
I think
that's honestly, I know someone very close to me. Yes, I know someone very close to me. She's actually earning in 6 digits, and she walked away. She doesn't have a job. She says she's done. She's not interested. They even called her back, increase the salary. They say it's not about the salary. I am done. I'm tired. You know. Somebody says, being in IT for 12 years, no promotion, nothing. During the lockdown, learned new IT skills and certified. Should I resign? Wow. Choma, it is you that will answer that question. They will not come for me. What do you think?
Okay, should you resign to what? Should you resign to what is the question? Should you resign to what? I was watching, and I'm still going to go back and watch this YouTube video because I'm learning something about entrepreneurship and about business plans and about having an idea, and I'll bring that idea to fruition. And so as an IT person, I always find that IT guys, they seem to be the ones everybody wants. But I think even in IT, there are certain skills that are even more, precious and, more sought after, right? So my guy, before you walk away, have a plan. My husband once told a friend of ours that if you want to go and start your own business, be able to pay your salary or at least cover your bills for a year. Knowing that you have saved this money, you can cover your bills. If you have a family, you can cover. And you have an idea and you're fleshing your idea out. But before you go out, that idea has gone beyond an idea. You have actually tested it. You have started making 50K from it. Do you understand? Some small money, 10K, 20K, you can see it coming. People are looking at you and thinking, oh, he's good at this. And this is the IT person who uses his brain, his intellect, and is able to do stuff, either hardware or software. If he hasn't done that, guy.
So he's saying, he just sent another text message saying that resign to his own business, his own IT business. So good. How would
his own IT business? So his own IT business, right? Yeah. Again, the objective. What does he what does he? So if it's one is fulfillment, two is being able to pay his bills, look after his family, carry his responsibilities. Is that IT business as it is on the side able to do that? Because you should bear in mind, he's been living off 2 salaries here. He's been living off his business, giving him 10
because he says he has more clientele.
Salary, 30 kobo, right? So if he's saying that, hey, I'm willing to drop this 10 kobo or 30 kobo from my office because this my 10 kobo covers me, right? I have some fulfillment and I can focus. And by all means, go ahead.
Yeah. Because he's just sent another text that he has, he's sending message.
He has,
right? He has a small clientele.
He has to go for advisory services.
But Chioma, thank you so much. But if you want to just, give a word of encouragement to somebody that is is stuck right now, staying on the fence, trying to switch and all of that, what would you just advise that person? Because we're definitely going to bring you back. This is just the beginning of our friendship.
It's true. If on the fence of switching careers, be very clear as to why you want to switch careers. Be very clear as to the reasons why. Understand what your mid to long-term goals are in this new thing you want to try out. If you are convinced that one, you have the skill, if you are convinced you have the knowledge, you take a shot and be brave, right? And then you step into that and you start to try your hand at it. If you are not, test the water slowly but surely. Don't jump right in to the other side of the fence. I always say, if the grass is always seems to be greener, it's not quite, because the manure is everywhere. That's the
conversation, ladies. I'm anonymous, please. It's fine. I worked with the organization for 3 years, and I'm pretty good at what I do. I haven't gotten any promotion and increase in pay. I just feel like I'm stuck in one place and I'm gradually losing interest. Like the drive just isn't there anymore. I have a business on the side hustle and a business which currently gives me more joy and income. I want to quit, but I just don't like the whole idea of not going to work. Cecil is used to going to work. So she's stuck in between.
Cecil is used to going to work.
Yes.
She's stuck. She has a new business that she's paying her, and I think she answered her own question. She's answered it now. She's not afraid. Is that not?
Yes, that's fear.
She's not afraid.
No, it's the idea.
She's already an entrepreneur.
Yes, Chioma, there's an idea. People that are entrepreneurs, they feel like they are jobless. Jonathan, because it is your job. Because you've not taken that your business as a corporate business. Because if you wake up, like you would go to your office, you wake up and go to your place of business and do the things you would do, like you're running an office, definitely you shouldn't feel bad.
I think she just has that fear of not. So you see
having an ID card. I work here.
See, let me not call it 9 to 5. You see this 7 a.m. to 5. Some people are stuck on it. Like it's like machine work. So they just like I don't know why anybody would like it, but I'm just saying. To your point, you can actually build a routine from your entrepreneurship entrepreneurial thought. The routine. The same things you're learning from your day to 9 to 5 corporate job
apply it here.
Yes.
You wake up in the morning.
Is that
you have a
discipline,
plan.
Choma?
You go, you sit, you work it out.
Yes.
So if you do that, why not? Why not if not? If not, then keep it as your side hustle and build up on your corporate job. But she's afraid to step aside because I don't think down the time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Choma. We ran out of time. It's the discipline that they don't have. That discipline. Thank you so much, Choma. All right, so Ways was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, influence lives towards action. And this year, we started our CSR focused on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you are a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. If you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media handles, as this will be an all-year-round engagement. So tell your friends to keep all eyes on Ways. Now, in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. We can't be afraid of change. You may feel very secure in the pond that you're in, but if you never venture out of it, you will never know that there's such a thing as an ocean or sea. We'll see you live on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy. Oh my God.
You're watching TW Conversations. My name is Omoye Uzamiri. I'm an actress. Today on the show, we have a very sensitive topic to talk about, the casting couch. Dion, we have some guests, and when we come back, we'll start on this very interesting topic of conversation. We'll be right back. Hello there. So Dion, this topic of the casting couch is very sensitive, and I remember you said backstage that I had courage just being the one to talk about it. Yes. Okay, we're not alone, thankfully. We have a very lovely guest, Lydia Idakola Shobogo. She is a producer, to talk about the casting couch, and a gentleman. Yes, we talk to men as well. We have Mr. Tunji Adebakin. Hello there.
I'm delighted to be here.
You are?
This is the very first time I'm
a house
on
full of
show.
ladies. Yes.
You're very brave. Pretty beautiful ladies.
Okay, so we'll start with you. Tell us your experience of the casting couch.
Fortunately for us, we produce lots of different types of shows, and I think we probably would have our fair share of opportunities, so to say.
Yes.
One of our shows, Project Fame, basically looks for young people.
Yes.
And from all over West Africa, for that matter. Of course, a lot of them are young, impressionable, and probably would do almost anything to make sure that they get onto the show. So I would say that there probably are lots of opportunities in our industry for these kind of things to possibly happen.
Okay.
Do they happen? I guess your guess is as good as mine. I can't tell you about any experiences myself, but it is clear that, particularly in our industry, where fame is at stake, sometimes money is at stake, sometimes the car is at stake.
Yes.
There is definitely quite a lot that could happen, and probably does happen. I mean, we've heard of maybe other shows that have had those kind of insinuations around them. Fortunately for us, we are as clean as my white shirt.
Okay.
But our experiences really don't give us any indication that it won't happen.
Okay.
So it probably does.
Yeah. I'm actually curious about Lydia.
Yes. You guys said I will make it. It took a while to do my makeup, so I had to let them start. And again, we know that this show really is not about one person. Anybody can start the show, right?
Yeah.
You know, and I thought that, you guys didn't mention that if not for Tunji, we won't even have a studio to record this.
This is
Ultima
true.
Studios is where we have this done. So that's why, and they have tons of programs that you've done here, Project Fame, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and many shows that they've run here, Seriously Speaking. Yes. You know, so I mean, you thought I would make it here, that I would be too...
We were...
Are you sure?
Yeah, 50-50.
Okay, I had to be here. So please continue the conversation. Let me just listen to you.
I was going to ask Lydia. He seemed to do that whole female-male thing. Does it happen the other way? Do the male actors, people in the industry get propositioned to test the casting couch?
I love it.
You're a female. Have you ever been or put anyone in that position?
That's very funny.
She's the producer. You have to ask. Is it the producer or the director?
It's
any one of them, really.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it would be somebody who is in the position of power, somebody who is in the position to give somebody work, you know, that work that they're looking for. When it comes to casting couch or couch casting, I have not heard of... I can't give you like, oh, this person does it, that person does it, you know, because it would be very difficult. No, because it would be very difficult to come and tell you that, yes, I've done it before. Do you understand? Which director do you know who come and tell you that, oh, yes, I've had to sleep with, I've told somebody to sleep with me, so I'll give her a role? Or which producer do you know? Nobody will tell you.
No locker room conversations?
Well, there
Well, she won't know. She's not in the locker room.
You have to be in the locker room. Yeah.
She has to be in the locker room.
You know, and then even those, like, it'll be like you're snitching on your people, right?
true.
So you will not say it if it does happen.
I think I must let people know that in putting this together, it wasn't that easy to find a male director that would come and sit here and talk about it.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't want to be labeled as pointing fingers at their colleagues or something. But it's not a question about casting aspersions on anybody's character. We do know these things happen.
Yes.
You have had a few experiences yourself.
I have had a couple.
I mean, do you call it a quick an escape?
Well, it depends on who you are as an individual. If giving sexual favors is easy.
You said it, sexual favors?
Yes.
To get up?
Yes, if giving sexual favors in the first place is something that you're open to, then I guess it's easier to. And then when you decide that, oh, well, if I'm giving it easily for trivialities, why not do it for stuff that pays, you know? And that tends to happen. But it's also the sense of desperation. You know, I really want this thing, and this seems to be the only way. If all the examples before you are of people who have advanced in their careers, whether as an actor or in other industries.
Other sectors too, it's the same thing, it's just euphemism.
So then there's the pressure. But if it's a no-no for you, then it's a no-no. I've had a couple of experiences. There was this filmmaker who had given me a script and, you know...
You can't give us his name, sir.
No.
I thought you were bold and beautiful.
I'm not that bold.
I'd like to work after today.
I'd like to work. I love my job.
Okay, tell us about it.
So he gave me the script and we were talking. And in the course of our discussions, he's very friendly and, you know, he would say, oh, you know, I'll marry you one day. But not touching me, but, you know, say on the phone or messages, you know, and I would laugh it off. So one of my facades is the smile. You know, if I'm uncomfortable with something, I would smile. If I'm a little offended, I would smile, you know. So I would laugh it off. And it just kept going on and on and on. And one day I thought, what if this man is serious and actually will not give me the part? He was never like that.
But never said I won't give you the part.
No, he never did say so. But I was uncomfortable with it. Because I wanted the job, I couldn't tell him to stop.
So what happened?
One day, I just had enough.
And you didn't get the job?
I got the job. One day I said to him, look, I'm really sorry. I'm uncomfortable with this. I don't want to...
The statements. And it was always just words.
You know, and it was constant. So I said, no, but I still got the part. I'm grateful, but...
So maybe because you spoke up, which is why, I don't know why I have Tunji here again. I mean, we had the whole of last year, all the kind of stories, things happening in Nollywood, in the House of Commons. It was always one guy harassing one girl. What is it about guys that they must seek sexual favors? Is it the guys or the girls that are doing it?
Well, honestly, I think it's totally natural. A guy has hormones.
And a woman
we have hormones.
We don't have hormones. I don't know.
I was going to say and balls, but I'm not so sure I could say that on TV. No. So, bottom line, that's a fact.
Yes.
And as you probably know, guys are triggered by things they see. So, no power plans, but then something walks in front. And, okay, that looks interesting, so why not? Right from teenage, boys will play hits because it's just fun to do. So if male build-up is like that, then I guess it can happen just for the fun of it.
Yes, but
now, is that necessarily wrong?
It's wrong. So I'll tell you what's wrong about it. The fact that something you like passes before you doesn't mean that you have to
bargain.
Yes. And if you want it, I think there are ways to get it. So if I go into a store and I see brownies, which I love, I want it.
But you know it's going to be
I know that there's a price to pay. So I put my hand in my pocket and I pay for it. So that's the procedure.
You're just way too serious. It's a game.
So it's a game. That's
Explain
it.
the game to us. What is
simple.
What is the essence?
And there's no need for a trigger.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a guy, yeah? So I'm driving down the road, really nice babe walks by, you turn and you follow.
You want to acquire.
If you're really not really doing anything at all that day, you could actually just park the car, find somewhere to park and follow. And actually follow. I mean, it's not like you deliberately planned to. You just
change the course of your day.
To me, that kind of happens. So I'm saying it's not to justify it. I'm just saying, okay, so
this is what it is.
Okay, I'm going to do something that Omoye did off camera. You see, I could do this. I could, So Tunji, you're fine, Shell.
I am.
And nice to work with you.
My wife thinks so too.
Are you okay? No, with
me as a person.
Yes.
Are you okay with that?
Your personal space?
Yes.
Are you comfortable? Now, be truthful.
Personally,
yes.
Like right now.
As a guy,
yes,
no problems whatsoever.
So that means
you're really odd now. That's
but a guy would like it because he kind of wants to acquire.
Yes.
But a
we
female
wouldn't like it.
Yes.
No, except of course.
And I think that's the point. We have totally two perspectives, totally opposing and different perspectives, which is why girls are girls and guys are guys.
Oh, yes.
So if you approach it from that perspective, it's cool to say that guy shouldn't have hit the girl. I mean, yes, because he shouldn't have, but he did. So what do you do?
So what you do, I think what you do is you...
Reality check.
So that's it.
I think it boils down to what you said. No,
just the girl.
If the girl has values that say no guy can touch me unless I say yes, cool, right?
Then she might not get the
part. But
that's beside the point. Your life should be driven by your values.
Okay. Yes, but there's that, and it's fantastic. But what we're saying is, in a place where for you to get a promotion on the job, for you to get a role as an actor or a singer or whatnot, for you to advance in any field,
that kind of
there's pressure to compromise your values. And sometimes it's money, but today the conversation is about sex, You have to give that. So sometimes some people have learned the art of giving the idea of us.
I'm going to put Lydia on the spot here. Because I hear that these days, women try to take advantage of young men.
So this is the thing, no, because I was going to say, when he was speaking, I was going to say that there's a misconception that women are not attracted by things that they see.
Oh, okay.
It's a misconception because we are like some.
No, come on. We know that we're not as bad as the men.
We're not as bad as them, but people attract us. If you say a good-looking man, dressed well and nice,
I've been told.
Yes, I noticed fine boy, right? But it doesn't mean that. That's why when you say so, it means that there's no discipline or.
Yes, men are.
Yes, I mean maybe that's what it comes down to, or there's allowance that's been given. There's a way that men have been treated and women have been treated differently, that we've been raised differently.
Explain.
In a way that we are raised, sit properly, do this way.
Ask you,
and don't, as in you're the one to be,
sought after.
Yes, to be sought after. You cannot behave this way, you can't do this, this is loose, you can't, if you, having locks, is brave, bold, having tattoos as a woman, but then with a man, it's like we're treated with different standards.
But okay, you have daughters and you have sons.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I have 2 sons and a daughter.
Okay, I mean, do you teach the girl to be good and the boy to sow his wild oats? Because, are you agreeing that's a problem?
Totally, absolutely not. And I agree with you. Values are important. And I think values really are the driver for what we should be talking about. doesn't matter whether you're a guy or a girl, you must have a sense of worth, self-worth.
Yes. Yes.
And that's what we teach. That's what me and my wife would teach at home. So in my mind, my son won't sow wild oats because he's been taught.
Won't or shouldn't?
Won't.
You can't guarantee that he won't.
He has been taught. That's won't. Line drawn. It's not allowed. It's our rules. That's what we as a family.
That's what the family.
Must
That's the
stand for.
family. Yeah.
If you must do it, then there must be a commitment. And obviously, for us, the commitment needs to be long term and for life.
He's a Nigerian man.
Yeah, so those are
Old
important.
school, but that's how they were raised.
That's,
And that's the proper way.
not even old
That's
school.
not even old school.
That's actually new school because old school is
They were just-
polygamy.
Yes,
you know.
yeah, old school
Okay,
was boys'
well,
school.
that's really old school. So he's raising his children, both male and female, with the same standards. I won't exactly exonerate the women, but when we get back after the break, we'll talk about the part we play to actually invite that kind of action to ourselves.
Thank you.
After the break. About women inviting this kind of behavior to themselves. You find that in the corporate world, when we go to make proposals for, a job or something, I'll be honest with you, sometimes you say, okay, if you go into a room full of men, look sexy. Wear a nice dress, kind of like what you're wearing. I hope that.
No, but she's not. Look, listen. She's just nicely endowed.
Yes. Well, you see, if you flaunt it a little bit and hope that the man staring down your cleavage the longest is the chairman of the board, I guarantee you, he'll sign that check really quickly. So, you're the only one who
This is so unfair.
But it's true. Some women would actually use it to get the favors.
True.
They would invite it to themselves.
Who taught you to use it?
Well, maybe not our parents, obviously. But whenever we go somewhere, women dress up for women, yes. But a lot of the time, when you know there are men there, you sit. If it's just women, we're like, hey, I'm just sitting down. But when you know there are men there, you sit properly. It's just a thing. It's instinctive.
I always say women are like, in the peacock world, the male is the female because the one that has pretty feathers.
Yes.
And so the male has to expose those feathers to get the female to mate. So it's a mating thing. Naturally, it's the male, whether you like it or not, whether there's feminism or whatever it is the male that is the hunter.
Yes.
Do you understand? So the huntee or the hunted
but the huntee
will have to be
releases a
attractive.
scent.
It could be a scent. It could be what you look like.
Yes,
so, but the question is that I am a huntee. Does not mean that I must be a huntee. I must protect myself. So, you don't have to come and hunt me. So, if I dress a particular way and you come and hunt me, you blame me.
But also, here's the thing: women are just women, and people. This casting couch. It's a thing of power. It's really about power. It doesn't matter how you look or how you dress. It is the fact that you came to me for this opportunity.
So even the
I have the
ugly
power
ones
to give it to you, and I'm going to take something because I can.
Yeah, but he's saying like it's a certain kind of person who does that.
Oh yes,
right?
I agree.
Yes, because it's not like because I'm in a position of power, I can take it from you because I'm attracted to you. It's a certain kind of person that does that.
So not everybody does it. Not every producer or every director.
So if
or
most
every
men,
boss.
the whole of last year, where the story of Weinstein or whatever they call that fella, and so many girls came out after many years. If I even take it back to Cosby,
but why all those years and suddenly just discovered that
it's
they
the
were
same reason why you wondered why I'm sitting here.
Oh, I don't get it.
You don't want to be the one coming out here and they're like, everybody will say, oh, that person, she can land you in trouble.
You are telling us you didn't do anything with that guy. How are we sure you're telling the truth?
No, you can never know. You can never know.
Because you got the part.
Yes.
You got the part.
You can never know. It's just my word against the universes.
So which is a question of, at the end of the day, I think I will agree with what Tunji is saying. It's about the personal values, what's important to you, and what you can do to get anywhere. While that is true, I think men are just being rascally.
On the contrary,
men are not the only ones who do
precisely.
But it's more men. It's more men.
Because you make it sound like the hunter is always the hunter. In some cases, it's the huntee.
Yeah, the hunter
actually
is becoming the
on top.
Say no. But the hunter should be able to say no.
It's like offering me cake now.
If you like cake.
If I have no self-control, I'll take the cake. So
don't you understand that self-control thing? Why can't we have self-control?
Not everybody has self-control when it comes to
money. Everybody should have self-control.
Everybody offer you cake. Just think unhealthy. Let me eat. watermelon instead.
But if you've been used to a life of no
It's a function of-
consequences, then you just do it. And so it's the person who decides.
And it's always the person.
Yes, and women
What mean
also
the
do it.
huntee or the hunter or both people?
I'm saying that the seemingly huntee could actually be the hunter. In some circumstances.
Yes, I agree. So a girl
So it
knows
looks
that she
like-
looks this way.
Like she said now,
she
you
wants
reduce
the
it to-
yes.
Sometimes I'm very flirtatious. I come into a room and I look for the nerdiest guy there, and I want to shake him out of that whole glasses, funny looking.
Yeah.
And if I can do it, I feel very nice because I
Goodness
can get it.
gracious.
Oh, absolutely. I do it all the time, but I don't.
Tell me,
want
how do you do when you flirt? How do you do? Do you like?
I don't touch. I don't like people in my
Let's say
personal
I'm the-
space.
let's say
No.
I'm the-
But I'm very,
Okay,
I'm very
okay.
alluring.
Yes,
Yes.
let's say I'm the nerdy
Is it
guy.
in the eyes?
Girl.
I am just imagining you with glasses.
When it's in the eyes, I know. I
Is
have
it in
nice
the eyes?
So I could be like,
No, we're similar.
I
so
try to connect
let's
with
put
them.
her aside.
Okay,
Yes.
look straight. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that's like.
And the honest truth is, some people would say that I'm like that too.
Yes.
Okay, your eyes are very
Make eye
expressive.
contact.
Yes.
Yes, make eye
Yeah.
contact, and he's very debonair. So I was like, a bow tie would have looked really nice with that, but you look really, really nice.
I like my white shirt.
You know, yes.
I so
I
totally...
would compliment something nice about him and then try to connect with him. But I don't want to follow him home.
No,
I just
what
want
are
him to
you
be comfortable.
saying? What are you saying? I don't get it. I mean, clearly, how can you give a
getting him to be comfortable?
No. When you
it works. It's the easiest
deliberately
thing. Yes.
flirty. Some people just
They're just
have
nice.
a personality,
They're open
and
and
there's
bubbly.
something about them that makes people feel like,
This girl self.
You know,
So if
it's just
anybody takes advantage of you when you're flirting, blame yourself.
No, that's like saying
That's
that
not true.
if I do that and I get
But
the
just-
R word,
yeah.
then I
What's
was
R
asking
word?
for it. I get
Fraction.
raped. I was asking for it. No is no.
No is
if
no.
If I did that and he came
Fact
home to
that
me and I said, no,
flirted.
I wouldn't like to go home with you.
But it's
That should be
unfair.
the
That's
end
what they
of
call
it.
teases, right?
what about the teasing?
yeah.
You wear a
So-
nice fancy wristwatch. What are you trying to do with that wristwatch? You're teasing me.
Are you for real?
Anybody teases, just go back home. Enjoy the
Teasing
moment
with
and go
wristwatch is not the
home.
same as teasing with bosoms.
Oh, you don't
please.
Are
you serious?
I'm a guy now. And we're teased all the time.
Everybody's
I mean,
teased.
just drive down the road.
No, we are
left,
teased all the
right.
time. You
I
can
see
look.
things, Abi,
It
in the
depends on
morning.
what gets you going. And I tell my husband this thing. No matter what you say to a woman, whether you like it or not. If you came for some people, women are roses. For Nigerian woman, if you can't come to my house in a Lamborghini and say, give me the key. And my heart will go. Just like a man can't walk in here and I'm wearing the hottest pants.
As you are so now.
And I'm showing, and the guy is not going to go. So if you came to me with hot pants, right, and I decide to try to touch,
I'll say no.
Is it your hot pants?
So I will not wear what I want to wear
that's the
again
thing.
because
a man drives a nice fancy car. Is it your car? Everybody, stay in your lane. Be disciplined. Like there will be a tease. That's life. Just deal with it. And you know that women also, something I wanted to say, that women also, it's reversed now. There are women who are in position of authority and a nice, good-looking young man shows up in their office.
I'm going to get that guy.
Sit down. The look in their eyes is, what are we doing to you?
What's that play? Give
Give it a smile.
I don't trust this girl. I don't trust this girl. The day you start directing your own movie, those fine young boys.
Even now as an actor, do you know what I did to some of my colleagues? I said, come now, turn around. They said, come, let me objectify you now. Haba. Ooh, you know why? I do it I tease, I'm joking. But also, it's
to
nice
see
for
what
them
it feels like.
There's a feeling. I have a colleague.
Guy.
A female colleague who would grab a man's boob,
crotch.
a man's chest.
Oh, okay.
There's a way she does it. Even I am turned off. And the look on the guy's face, he feels vulnerable. That's the feeling. That's what it feels like.
She's a hunter.
Yeah.
She's not a hunter. She's teaching him a lesson. She's teaching him a lesson because that's how we
There's
feel.
a feeling he has when a girl just treats him like a thing.
Okay, but is it also possible that those are tensions we want it actually? If the guy that you like actually comes to do the same thing that your friend is doing?
No. If a guy that I like does that to me, I feel so bad. That means there's never a chance for us.
He's objectifying you.
Yes, because he doesn't like me.
It's my
he likes
body.
the packaging. If a guy that you like or a woman that you like treats you with respect and respects your body and your mind, that's the one you want.
So Tunji, I would like last statements. Can I go ahead with last statements?
Yeah,
what do you think about this conversation?
Bottom line, values, self-discipline. I mean, and that works for everybody.
Male or female?
It doesn't matter who you are. If you are certain about what you as a person stand for, then there's the boundaries. There are definite clear boundaries. So I think we should be clear about what our values are.
Our visitors should speak first. So our visitors.
Yeah.
And I think that's it.
Like really, he said it, bottom line value, and not just for the person being propositioned, also for the person who is in the place of power. Yes. So values, yeah.
I would say, why can't those men go and chase person normally? Why do you go through the trouble of having to have somebody, the easy way? They're just lazy, foolish guys, if you ask me.
Want to keep people.
And I think they should be, castrated. I don't know.
Well, any guy that treats me like
round up.
I'm just a physical thing.
What does that mean?
If you just see my body, then you've lost me. I'm not interested.
No, how do you know the person just look at your body?
There's a way. It's a very icky feeling. It's not polite. Yeah, I like gentlemen. So at least pretend to see more than that.
This is a girl that says she wants to do nude photo and putting out.
That's for myself. Yes, for myself. For my own looking pleasure. I don't need him to come and be staring at it. He won't even get to first base if he's nasty like that. I don't like
has to round up.
Well, I guess we've all said the important things about it. I would employ you all to be more disciplined.
Casting couch is here to stay.
It's here to stay. And so for those who find themselves in that position, I find myself in that position here and again, just maintain your morals and develop a thick skin. You'll get through it.
So that's it for the show. We'll see you again. Bye.
Follow us on social media.
Yeah,
on
that's
Instagram and on Twitter at TW Conversations.
Yeah.
And of course, catch us.
You go get.
Woo. Okay, so
our guests cannot do dance. So yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm not supposed to be dancing. Oh, kind of like a.
He's afraid to dance. Let's give it a drink. Come, let's give it a drink. I will protect you. I will protect you. Don't mind them. Leave all these girls. I'll give you a drink. I don't anyone. I had this.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would stack up with any book published elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something. And then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
On Plus News Now tonight, Senate President Lawan says National Assembly will continue to pursue peace and happiness as Nigerians celebrate Easter. Mohamed Bazoum takes oath of office as Niger's president. And 50 people killed as train derails in Taiwan. And thank you for joining us on Plus News Now. I am Vivian Oguche. So militant group Boko Haram says that it shut down the Nigerian fighter jet that went missing earlier this week, and which the Air Force said may have crashed. And the Nigerian Air Force said that the Alpha Light attack jet was on a mission to support troops fighting militants in northeastern region of Borno State when it lost radar contact on Wednesday. Meanwhile, Ebonyi State, where the police command has rescued 4 victims of an alleged kidnap in Unhuaku local government area, is also on the news tonight. Now, one of the victims is the village head. The command's public relations officer told reporters in Abakiliki on Friday that the victims were rescued in collaboration with members of the local vigilance team. Meanwhile, the former governor of Imo State, Ikedio Hakim, has called on the governor of Ebonyi State, David Umahi, to constitute a judicial commission of inquiry on the recent massacre of several innocent people in the state. The former governor made the appeal to Governor Umahi in an open letter where he condoled with the people and government of the state. Well, let's move to Rivers State now, where Governor Nyesom Wike has accused the federal government of diverting 2 armored helicopters it procured to fight crude oil theft and piracy in the state, and also to fight Boko Haram. Wike said that the government purchased the helicopters worth over $10 million and handed them over to the Nigerian Air Force to tackle insecurity in the state. He said that this at the presentation of 29 operational vehicles to the police at the relaunching of the Rivers State security outfit codenamed C41 at the Government House, Port Harcourt.
The governor explained that his administration has continually demonstrated its resolve to rid the state of criminality through the provision of operational vehicles, gunboat, and other forms of support for the security agencies. He, however, expressed disappointment that some of the equipment provided by the state government to support security agencies in the fight against crime were often diverted to other states of the country to the detriment of Rivers State.
We have promised the army. We'll give the army 5 gun boats. We'll give the Navy 5 gun boats. I will give the police 5 gun boats. But let the gun boats remain within the territory of Rivers State. I'm down here to buy gun boats for Union State. The day I hear you've taken our gun boats to other states, I'll collect them back. Air Force, we cannot buy. In fact, we were giving Air Force 2 armored helicopters. Let the Nigerian Air Force know Rivers State gave them 2 armored helicopters. 2 armored. You know how much it is? Over $10 million.
Governor Wike said with the relaunch of the C41 security outfit, the Rivers State Police Command should become more proactive in fighting crime. He urged the police and other security agencies to take the war against criminality to the criminals. The Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, was represented by the Assistant Inspector General of Police Zone 16, Austin Agbonlaho, said the relaunch of the C41 marks a new vista in the concerted fight against criminality.
I don't want to hear, oh, they kidnapped 2 people. Then CP say, go after them. No. No. Start now as you are today. From today, go after all these criminals. And CP and other security agencies, enough is enough of patronizing, of talking to these criminals. We will not continue to do that.
This auspicious event of the commissioner of the 29 branded patrol vehicles and the unveiling of the rebranded security outfit codenamed C4I. The Inspector General of Police, who is visibly happy with this development, has already directed the Rivers State Commissioner of Police to deploy them effectively for optimal results, with a view to realizing the full potentials of the outfits.
It's a clear manifestation of your desire to ensure that crime is reduced to the barest minimum in this state. And I want to assure you, sir, that the patrol vans, which are meant to reactivate the security outfit, codenamed C4I, is a moral booster to my men. It shall be put to optimal use and attended to as and when due to ensure durability.
The governor disclosed that the state will soon deliver latest state-of-the-art equipment to the Department of State Services to enhance the operational capability to track down criminals.
More news now. The Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, Western Marine Command, WMC, has intercepted cannabis sativa with a duty-paid value of about 694 million naira. The NCS has also handed the banned substance to the Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA.
Controller Oluboyega Peters of the WMC said at a news conference on Friday in Lagos that the command also intercepted other items such as rice and bills of clothing with a DPV of about 687 million naira in the first quarter of 2021. He also said in 2020 the command seized over 10 tons of marijuana valued at over 1 billion naira. And with the new launch of the new website and 1 month's extension for the registration of the linkage of SIM card to the national identification number, a cross-section of Nigerians have commended the federal government's move. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
The National Identification Management Commission just launched a new mobile service for an improved national identification number slip. Now, this is coming ahead of the deadline of April 9 for the expiration of the registration of the national identification number. With over 200 million population in the country and the threat of jail term for those unregistered within the specified time, the task of registering everyone is quite Herculean. And so far, about 51 million people have registered. With the current development, and Nigerians are aware.
I saw the ad somewhere, I can't remember, maybe on YouTube or something. I know there was an app.
The digital app, I have it on my phone.
No, I'm not aware of it at all.
I'm not aware of that.
I'm aware of it.
And with the development of this new web service, it is worthy of note that NIN registration cannot be done from the new web service, but only to access improved NIN slips.
This new application is not for new registration, please. It's actually for existing NIN holders to confirm and authenticate their information and be able to have their information, their name on the go, wherever they are. I don't know why at this moment in time and at this digital age, we still can't develop an app that will make people sit down in the comfort of their homes to register as a fresh to have fresh registration.
It's good, it's convenient. You can just input your code. Immediately your pictures, your data will just appear.
Some Nigerians are happy about this development, and others say the app is not responsive.
I tried it one time, it was not working. They were just referring me back to something, so I just left the app like that.
I think the app is not perfect yet.
I've tried to log on it sometimes. I tried that, but I found out that it's not working as at the time.
I've gone through the new web portal. It's a little bit complicated, I must confess.
Do people truly pay for this exercise?
The experience was easy, but you have to pay for it before you could even get a form. I paid 3.5 for it.
Meanwhile, the federal government has extended the registration deadline from April 9 to May 6. The meeting had in attendance key stakeholders, including the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, who addressed the meeting and made it clear that the NIN SIM linkage would support the federal government in checkmating the activities of fraudsters and cyber criminals. Destiny Momo for Plus TV Africa.
Well, for more on this, we're being joined by Monday Ubani. He is the former second vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association. Well, thank you for coming on board tonight.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Good evening.
Good evening. So in December 2020, you sued the federal government over its directive to telecom network providers to block all SIM cards that are not registered with the national identity numbers. In 2021, a federal high court sitting in Lagos ordered an extension of the deadline, and now the federal government has complied. How does that make you feel?
Well, I just heard about the news today that the federal government has extended the deadline just by 1 month. To me, that is clearly contrary to the judgment of the Federal High Court that was delivered on the 23rd of March, 2021. It is 2 months that the court gave as a judgment. And so any idea or any short change of reducing that month to only 1 month is clearly in violation of the judgment of the court. And I want to believe that they are not aware yet of the judgment. But what I have done is that I have collected a copy of the certified true copy of the judgment, which I have sent to the Attorney General and to the Minister and to all the service providers. I'm sure because of the holiday, they may now have gotten the letter. By Tuesday, which will be the resumption of the, duties all over the Federation, I'm sure they will get a copy of that judgment. And it is my belief that they will comply with the judgment of the court.
So as we speak, 51 million national identity numbers have been registered and verified. But that is just scratching the surface, right? Considering the nation's population, over 200 million. Now, the new deadline is May, like you said earlier. Are we looking at another push for further extension?
I think extension would be the best. In fact, I sought for 1 year from the court. Before the court gave 2 months. Then in the covering letter that I did to the Attorney General, and which I copied the minister and the other service providers, I asked for 1 year extension. I have this belief that Nigerians must not be made to undergo any harrowing experience or stress or any hardship whatsoever, occasioned by the virtue of the fact that they want to get their need. It is clearly uncalled for. There is no reason for that. If between 2012, according to you, and this is 2021, Nigerians have been able to register only 51 million out of 180-something million subscribers, then it will be clearly impossible for over 120 million Nigerians to be registered between now and April or May, as the case may be. And so I think that the best thing and patriotic duty for any government official who is humane enough and love this nation is to actually extend the time, at least minimally 1 year, so that Nigerians can register. If you watch out the process and procedure under which Nigerians are registering, it is under very stressful experience, and Nigerians are not finding it funny. More so, you have not diversified the process. Most times, the infrastructures and all that, they according to them, the laptops, are not working. Sometimes no light, and then you cluster them in a location, endangering their lives and all that. So I think it's not the proper thing. 1 year minimally will be okay for Nigerians, many more Nigerians to get registered.
You know, one very important point you made was simplifying the whole process. But let's talk about Nigerians. Is it that Nigerians only understand the language of deadline, ultimatum, and all of that? What's to say that if you extend by 1 year, people will not just go relax and say, oh, okay, we now have 1 year. Let's just relax a bit.
My problem is that in everything we do in this country, you must undergo stressful experience. If these things are done in a simplified manner, I don't think Nigerians are disobedient to lawful instructions. What I know that other countries do is that, look at this issue of INEC registration. When it was on, I think 2 years ago or thereabout, I asked my son to go and get registered. He was over 18 years, and he went, and they were demanding 500 naira for them to go and photocopy the form. After he photocopied the form with 500, they now asked him to pay 5,000 naira before he could get registered. And the young man walked away. And since that time, he has not been registered. If you make these things easier, simplify the process, there are many other agencies like local government areas can be used. Come to the villages to register people. There's no way Nigerians will not. But when you now make it impossible, and then they go and then we start queuing up and then not having the process simplified and making it difficult for them, they will not show interest in it. So it is issue of government policy most times that discourage Nigerians, and they wait for lastminute.com. But if things are done in a manner that shows that we're civilized and encouraging people to do their civic responsibility, I don't think that Nigerians actually are totally disobedient. I think Nigerians are really obeying, they obey their laws. You can see what is going on now with people clustering. A lot of Nigerians have been going to go and register, but the process is very discouraging. That is the problem. The government have not made it easier for Nigerians to actually go and register. And that again is what is, causing people not showing interest in government policies like this.
Absolutely, the process is discouraging. But finally, let's talk about the National Identity Management Commission mobile app, which is supposed to make this whole process simpler, right? But there are reactions. If you watch the report put together by our Destiny Momo, most Nigerians are not even aware. Some do not even know what the app is about. Are you aware?
Yes. So that is the point, it's the question of the government agency that's supposed to be in charge of information, to disseminating this information to everyone. If I tell you how many people have registered in the villages all over the country, the population is abysmally low. Why? Because one, information is not given, when it's supposed to be given, and the process of giving that information is also faulty. So that's why you see that many Nigerians are not aware. But I'm also aware of the app. A lot of people have even, who are educated enough have used the app, but they still tell you that you have to come physically. That again is a problem. Even after you have undergone the process using the app, by the time you get there, they tell you all the ones you have done is rubbish. You still have to come and do a manual one through the process through which they can now extort money from you. Are you aware that people are paying money in order to get registered? People are paying 5,000, some are paying 10,000, some are paying 1,500. In my own local government, now what they take is 1,500, 2,000 to get people registered. So why are people paying for performing their civic responsibility? Why are they taking money? Are government not aware of this? And what have they done to stop all that nonsense that is going on, that people have been extorted, from? So I think that the government have a lot to do, and they do everything. Simplify the process, get more people involved, use the local government council, and then use villages in order to do this registration. So by the time you are deadline is all over, you find out that many Nigerians, over 90 or 99%, would have registered. But through this process now, I can assure you that even 3, 4, 5 years time, more Nigerians will not actually be captured in the data.
Based on this eyewitness report you just made, it looks like the regulators have, a big, tall order. When it comes to making this whole thing work for Nigerians. But that's a safe place for us to land. Thank you so much for your insights, right?
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I have been speaking with Monday Ubani. He is the former second vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association. So we move on with the rest of the news. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Thursday announced its plan to recommence continuous voter registration exercise on the 28th of June across the country. The exercise should be on a continuous basis, but that has not been done due to certain factors. Osaoge Ogbonwa has more for us.
In the build-up to the 2023 general elections, the Independent National Electoral Commission has set June 28th for the commencement of continuous voters registration. The body had announced the year 2020 to begin continuous voter registration, but failed to commence as promised. The body blamed the COVID-19 pandemic for its failure.
The CVR could not recommence in 2020 due largely to the COVID-19 pandemic. In line with the general advice by health officials regarding events involving large groups of people, we considered it inauspicious to restart the CVR at the height of the pandemic.
Yes, I want to agree with them because of COVID, and we know that with COVID, a whole lot of logistics will be disturbed. And of course, that will have taken them into the first quarter of this year, 2021.
The 2019 general elections saw as high as 84 million Nigerians register to vote, and INEC hopes to build on those figures. To improve on the process, INEC plans to make use of online registration portals and expand voter access to polling units.
In this regard, the Commission is building a new online registration portal that will enable new registrants to commence registration online and subsequently complete the capture of their biometric data at designated registration centers.
Yes, the online thing is my problem because it is not yet legal in Nigeria. There is no legal cover for people to register online, getting their cards online and so on. So I don't think that one will work except if in between now and June 28, the National Assembly or INEC is able to lobby the National Assembly to pass a law so as to amend the law to take care of that one.
How important is the process and the need for Nigerians to take advantage of the exercise?
And of course, the continual voter registration process is a process which is opened for people to begin to register gradually, not that when it is election window that is open, then everybody will now clog the window trying to register, which will create chaos and confusion. Okay. So to me, I would advise that Nigerians take advantage of this window that is open.
INEC stated those expected to take advantage of this process to be all Nigerians above 18 who have never been registered, those who have lost their PVCs, and those who want to change their voting locations, amongst others. Osaogie Ogbowa, Plus TV Africa.
And now the Senate President Ahmed Lawan has assured Nigerians that the National Assembly will continue to work for Nigerians in their pursuit of peace and happiness. The Senate President said this on Thursday in his goodwill message to Christians as they join the rest of the world in celebrating Easter. Senator Lawan noted that Easter is one of the most important events in the Christian calendar, which is to celebrate the sacrificial death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. He urged Nigerians to use the occasion to preach religious tolerance and love for one another. And also, the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, has urged Christians to be law-abiding and live in peace with others as true followers of Jesus Christ. Its president, Bishop Wale Oke, gave this admonition in his Easter message made available to journalists on Friday in Ibadan. He said it is important for Christians to live in peace with others as true followers of Jesus Christ. Bishop Oke also asked the federal government to protect the lives and property of Nigerians, particularly Christians, in the northern part of the country. Also, the Catholic Bishop of Yola, Bishop Adami Mamza, has advised Nigerians to imbibe the virtues of Jesus Christ as demonstrated by his death, which is marked as Good Friday. The bishop made a call after a play to demonstrate the Passion of Christ at the St. Teresa Catholic Church, Yola. The report is presented from our studios.
Today, Christians all over the world mark Good Friday to commemorate the death of Jesus Christ on the cross of Calvary. In Yola, in Adamawa State, members of the St. Teresa Catholic Church arrived at the premises to watch the Passion of Christ, which demonstrates the sufferings of Jesus before his death. The Catholic Bishop of Yola, who doubles as the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Adamawa State, also witnesses the heartwarming play and admonishes the faithful to emulate Jesus Christ.
It's very, very important for all Christians because it is the day that we commemorate the sacrificial gift that Christ offered to humanity. He gave himself as a sacrifice to humanity for the salvation of all. So because of the salvific nature of today, it is called Good Friday. So it is a day that we remember the day our Lord Jesus Christ won victory over death and won victory over evil.
Some of the members who bear their minds on the significance of the day say they are optimistic that Nigeria will change for the better. They, however, advise all Christians to always pray for an end to the insecurity bedeviling the nation.
I believe that with God all things are possible. With this season of Lenten season, every Christian used to pray. And I so much believe without these prayers that every people have done, we surely bring peace in this our country, Nigeria. I will believe so that God Almighty will hear our prayers.
All things are possible, and everything you do, you put God first. So we believe throughout this Lent season, by His grace, I believe things will work out good, and we strongly believe that our prayers have been answered.
So, despite its name, Good Friday is a day for sober reflection. Each Friday before Easter, Christians solemnly honor the way Jesus suffered and died for their sins.
It is finished.
And while the Inspector General of Police, IG Mohammed Adamu, has ordered adequate deployment of police personnel across the country to ensure a hitch-free Easter celebration, the Force Public Relations Officer Frank Humba disclosed this in a statement on Friday in Abuja. He called on all state commissioners of police and their supervising assistant inspectors general of police to ensure that all public spaces and critical national assets are totally secured. Also, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC Abia Command says it has deployed 2,500 operatives in strategic locations in the state ahead of the Easter celebration. This is contained in a statement by the command's spokesperson, Agu Ndukwe, and issued to newsmen on Friday in Umuahia. He said the operatives were deployed in strategic locations across the 17 local government areas of the state. Now, Pope Francis prostrated himself on the floor of St. Peter's Basilica on Friday to pray at a scaled-down Passion of the Lord service commemorating the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. It is the second consecutive Easter taking place under COVID-19 restrictions, with the Vatican following Italian guidelines. It will be the second time also that the procession is not being held at Rome's Colosseum since the modern-day tradition was reintroduced by Pope Paul VI in 1964. And now, carrying wooden crosses and singing hymns, Christians held a procession in the Old City of Jerusalem, marking the Easter festival of Good Friday, by retracing what they believe was the route that Jesus Christ took to his crucifixion. Worshippers began with the procession through the Via Dolorosa, Latin for sorrowful way, and often translated way of suffering, to the Holy Sepulchre Church, built over the sites where Christians believe Jesus was crucified, buried, and resurrected. Along the route, there are the 14 stations of the cross. The first station is where Jesus was believed to have been condemned to death. The last one is the tomb, where Christians believe he was buried. The annual ritual attracts thousands of pilgrims from around the world, but this year was limited to locals and people living in Jerusalem due to COVID-19 restrictions. And when Holy Week processions were cancelled because of Spain's COVID-19 restrictions, keeping a Good Friday drumming tradition alive took on extra importance for the residents of Calendar. Dressed in vivid purple costumes, they played the drums in the streets in front of houses or from balconies as part of a tradition called the Breaking of the Hour. The drums boomed throughout this southeastern Spanish town of 3,700 inhabitants. But this time, all the players observed social distancing. Still on Easter, Catholics in Paris followed the way of the cross on Friday, praying for their families and their trials as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to claim victims in France. In the Good Friday rite, worshippers usually join a procession that follows the 14 stations of the cross that recount Christ's passion. But due to COVID-19 social distancing measures, Lenten observers this year were prevented from walking alongside Paris Archbishop as he carried a cross from the church's garden towards the pavement. And still ahead, 4 UN peacekeepers have been killed in northern Mali. Details when we return.
The storm is over. Is it? Is it ever over? Storms are part of life. They come and go. The plan is to build your wealth to withstand stormy days. And to do that, you need partners. Partners that understand what it means to build wealth that lasts.
Meristem. Let's grow wealth for you.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe
everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Welcome back. To other parts of Africa now, newly sworn-in President Mohamed Bazoum says he will make education and security a priority as he took over as president in Niger on Friday, inheriting a state racked by political tension and an Islamist insurgency that has killed more than 300 people this year. He said the country was recording low school attendance and high dropout rates. The president added that with a fertility rate of around 7 children per woman, Niger held the world record of fastest rate of population growth. To end this vicious circle, Bazoum said he planned to create boarding schools for young girls closer to their villages, among other policies. And now hundreds of thousands of protesters demanding radical change marched through Algiers for a 7th successive Friday as Algiers' spy chief was reportedly fired in a further sign of high-level turbulence after the veteran president resigned. Demonstrators are pushing for the removal of what they see as an outdated and opaque political apparatus built around the ruling party, army officers, businessmen, unions, and veterans of a 1954 to 62 independence war against France. Meanwhile, 4 peacekeepers have been killed in an offensive against a complex attack on their camp in Mali's northern region of Kidal. The United Nations multi-dimensional integrated stabilization mission in Mali confirmed this in a press release on Friday. The mission said that the injured were evacuated by helicopters for medical care. In the press release, the mission strongly condemned the terrorist attack and reiterated its determination to protect the populations and world peace. The UN peacekeeping mission did not state precisely the nationality of the deceased peacekeepers. Now, the G7 group of leading economic powers say it is strongly concerned by reports of human rights abuses in Ethiopia's conflict-hit Tigray region. The group, which includes the UK, US, and the EU, called for the reported crimes to be investigated and those responsible to be held to account. They also urged Eritrea to withdraw troops that are fighting alongside Ethiopia against forces in Tigray. Both countries' troops have been accused of numerous rights abuses. And now Britain says it would add Bangladesh, Kenya, Pakistan, and the Philippines to its travel red list, banning entry to people arriving from those countries unless they are British or Irish nationals. Those who come to Britain from countries on the red list will be refused entry, while returning Britons must submit to 10 days of mandatory quarantine in hotels. Well, outside Africa now, a Taiwan Express train with almost 500 people aboard on Friday derailed in a tunnel after hitting a truck that had slid down a bank onto the track, killing at least 50 passengers and injuring 146 in the island's worst rail disaster in 7 decades. Images from the scene showed some carriages ripped apart by the impact, with others crumpled, hindering rescuers in their efforts to reach passengers. By mid-afternoon, no one was still trapped, though the fire department said it had found body parts, meaning the number of those killed, who included the driver, was likely to rise. Now, the U.S. Capitol building is in lockdown after a vehicle reportedly slammed into the security barriers surrounding the complex. Capitol Police said that the suspect is in custody after reports that someone rammed the vehicle into 2 officers. And the police also said that the suspect and the 2 officers have been taken to hospital.
At this time, the suspect has been pronounced deceased. 2 U.S. Capitol Police officers were transported to 2 different hospitals, and it is with a very, very heavy heart that I announce one of our officers has succumbed to his injuries. We are not able to release any information, names, age, date of birth, or anything of that nature at this time because we still have to notify the next of kin. I just ask that the public continue to keep U.S. Capitol Police and their families in your prayers. This has been an extremely difficult time for U.S. Capitol Police after the events of January 6th and now the events that have occurred here today. So I ask that you keep our U.S. Capitol Police family in your thoughts and prayers.
President Emmanuel Macron has ordered France into its third national lockdown and said schools would close for 3 weeks as he sought to push back a third wave of COVID-19 infections that threatens to overwhelm hospitals. With the death toll nearing 100,000, intensive care units in the hardest hit regions at breaking point, and a slower than planned vaccine rollout, Macron was forced to abandon his goal of keeping the country open to protect the economy. Up next, Nigeria's commercial banks disconnect MTN customers from online banking channels. Well, that's some business news after this short break. Stay with us. Well, commercial banks have disconnected mobile telecommunications company MTN customers from banking channels, including the unstructured supplementary service data, USSD, and banking apps. MTN customers complained on Friday about being unable to recharge their MTN lines using USSD and other banking channels like the bank apps. Customers were also unable to do banking transactions and MTN lines through USSD. According to a source in MTN, this was not the doing of the telco, but the banks who had refused to give any formal communication prior to the disconnection. Meanwhile, Governor of Osun State, Gboyega Oyetola, says available statistics point to the fact that many jobs have been lost, with many sources of livelihood significantly threatened as a result of the outbreak of COVID-19. Governor Oyetola stated this while flagging off the Osun Food Support Scheme he initiated to mitigate the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on vulnerable citizens in the state. Our correspondent Olasukomi Ogumuko completes this report.
Governor Oyetola says the Osun Food Support Scheme initiative is another way of keeping faith with government's promise to prioritize welfare and general well-being of the citizenry. The governor says the scheme is designed to cater to the critical needs of 30,000 poor and vulnerable citizens, including the youths, widows, the aged, and people living with disabilities on a monthly basis, and will run till the end of his administration.
We're targeting 30,000 poor and vulnerable citizens, including our youths, widows, the aged, and people living with disabilities across the state on a monthly basis.
Commissioner for Regional Integration and Special Duties said the gesture will help to stem the negative tide of social vices, family breakdown, emotional disturbances, and reduce the rate of destitution that might emanate from lack of food among the vulnerable.
Social services is one important aspect of the society that every democratic government can actually live. And in view of that, we have decided to see how you can feed 30,000 vulnerable people in the state of Osun on monthly basis.
In separate goodwill messages, the Yoni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, and other traditional leaders urged those in charge of distribution to get the foodstuff to the targeted masses.
Because we don't want a situation whereby my friend and my brother, it will be distributed and it will get to wrong hands. So the key critical success is to get to the right hands. And that's why a very strong monitoring team, and I'm very sure the governor has put together a very strong monitoring committee.
The House of Assembly will make sure that monitor the distribution to letter, especially those that are living in the rural area, so that people will not try to do something negative with it. And from the House of Assembly, we have remained resolute to give our total support to the governor of the state of Osun.
For a governor to think of supplying foodstuff to the vulnerable, those who can afford to put 3 square meals on their tables, it is amazing.
Well, let's now join Osaoge Ogbonwan for more on business news.
And now in business, the federal government says the small and medium enterprises have contributed nearly 50% of the country's gross domestic product and accounted for over 80% of employment in the country. A Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Miriam Katagum, said this at the 27th edition of the National Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Clinic in Gombe State. Katagum maintained that the MSMEs have been the engine of economic growth, as they have contributed to the national development, job creation, export, as well as reducing level of poverty and unemployment in the country. According to her, the MSME sector is the engine of growth for any economy, contributing to its development, job creation, and export, among others. Nigeria's Information and Culture Minister, Lai Mohammed, has said the federal government will make over $1 billion from the sale of spectrum after the completion of the Digital Switchover, DSO. The DSO is the process of transiting from analog to digital terrestrial broadcasting, and the country has set April 29th for the resumption of the rollout of the second phase in the remaining 31 states. The first phase of the rollout had covered the Federal Capital Territory and the 5 states of Plateau, Kaduna, Kwara, Osun, and Enugu. Mohammed said when the process is completed and there is analog switch-off, ASO, the spectrum band to be vacated by broadcasters will be ceded to the Telecom Regulatory Agency for sale and used in the mobile broadband industries. And also in business, the Potato Farmers Association of Nigeria and the FCT chapter of the Association of Master Bakers and Caterers are making plans to enter into partnership to begin the production of orange-fleshed sweet potato bread. Both associations also agreed to develop a memorandum of understanding that will give detailed information about bread production. The FCT chairman of the Association of Master Bakers and Caterers, Ishaq Abdurrahim, said the association became interested into partnering with the potato farmers after spotting the products at the recently held Science and Tech Expo at Eagle Square. Abdurrahim informed that both associations held a meeting last Wednesday to discuss on the MOU and other advantages it will bring into the association as well as Nigeria's economy. And the Nigerian stock market closed its first quarter of 2021 in red as the all-share index fell to a loss of 3.04% during the quarter. YTD stocks are also down 3.04% despite a slew of impressive results and robust dividend payments, especially following a financial year marred by the COVID-19 pandemic. The month of March has been disastrous for stocks, having posted losses during the month every year since 2018, making it joint highest with February and the worst months for stocks in the last 5 years. Up until last week, when it eked out a gain, stocks had skidded on a 7 weeks losing spree, sending nearly all indexes in the red. And Asian markets were set to open higher on Friday in a holiday-lightened trading session, riding a surge of strong factory data and falling bold yields that pushed U.S. and European benchmark stock indexes to record highs. U.S. President Joe Biden's $2.3 trillion plan to rebuild America's crumbling infrastructure added to the enthusiasm for risk assets, as did accelerating vaccine rollouts. The China Financial Futures Exchange, CIS 300 Index Futures, was up 1.76%. The Nikkei Futures Index was up 1.23%, and E-mini S&P 500 Futures Index was up 1.18%. Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong, and Singapore were among the Asian countries observing the Good Friday holiday. The dollar eased off of nearly 3-year highs in the first quarter, while U.S. crude futures rose more than 4% after the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and Allies agreed to start easing production cuts in May. U.S. crude oil prices settled up 3.52% at $61.24 a barrel, and Brent was at $64.73, up 3.17%. The total crypto market volume over the last 24 hours was $167.59 billion, which makes a 0.55% decrease. High buying pressure from the two leading crypto assets by market value has pushed the crypto market valuation near $2 trillion. The flagship crypto, Bitcoin, which was significantly responsible for this feat, has posted gains of more than 16% in the last 7 days, while Ethereum hit the $2,000 mark. The global crypto market cap stood at $1.93 trillion, while a 2.22% increase over the previous day. And that's all in business. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa.
And in entertainment, Nigerians have warned Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu not to give all the funds of the state to Nigerian singer Burna Boy. This comes after Burna Boy received a phone call from the governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu congratulating him on his Grammy Award win, following Burna Boy's homecoming concert in Rivers State, organized by the Rivers State Governor, Governor Wike, to celebrate his Grammy win, where he lavished millions of naira to him, including a land he gifted him to develop. Some Lagosians have raised concerns that Governor Babajide will do likewise and probably do more for the Afrobeat singer. A video shared online captured the moment Governor Sanwo-Olu called Burna Boy, sending him congratulatory messages, commending him on his achievements, and Burna Boy was heard telling the governor how appreciative he was about the call. April 1st is famed to be a day for pranksters and far-reaching pranks, but on April 1st of 2021, a rumor adequately permitted Twitter Nigeria with ease. In the early hours of the day, news that a legendary American rapper and billionaire, Jay-Z, was set to release an African-themed album titled In Session began to make the rounds. Word was that the album would be inspired by his wife Beyoncé's acts to feature African superstars like Wizkid, Burna Boy, Tiwa Savage, Bankuli, Tekno, Mr. Easy, Busisiwa, and more, just like her album The Lion King. The Ascension was set to feature African stars like Olamide, Sarkodie, Femi Kuti, and Nasty C. By 9 a.m. that morning, it became obvious that it was an April Fool's Day prank, but in the spirit of the day, Nigerian social media and media platform users jumped on the news and by 12 p.m., Jay-Z was #1 trending topic in Nigeria. On to foreign scenes, a former Nigerian beauty queen and doctorate student in the United States, Najibat Sule, was shot multiple times and yet to be identified gunman in Philadelphia, United States. Local media quote that local police are saying that news reported that the unknown assailant opened fire on the 24-year-old model while she was sitting in her car on March 12 at 6 p.m. in the city's Holmesburg neighborhood. She was thereafter taken to Jefferson's Torresdale Hospital, where she died. Ms. Sule, who had only recently earned a master's degree in public health from Westchester University and was pursuing a doctorate, migrated with her family to Philadelphia from Nigeria in the early 2000s. According to her biography on Instagram in 2019, she was crowned second runner-up at the Miss Nigeria International Pageant, where she represented Ondo State. She was also a 2019 Miss Nigeria USA finalist. American rapper Saweetie has broken her silence over the elevator incident with her ex-boyfriend and rapper Quavo. According to